into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get alone. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get alone. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Give me what I
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. Brand new day, brand new games. And today, we will determine who will be in the grand finals, as it is the last day of the group stages. My name is Sir Cloud. I'll be with you guys for today. Well, at least for the first game, I hope. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point system that you guys should be very familiar with by now. Chicken dinner will receive 10 points, second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7 and 8 1 point. Above that, no place on points, but every team will have the opportunity to gain elimination points. Same, just like how you guys have been playing this, or have been watching this. Same PUBG Mobile esports format. But if anything changes in the future, well, we don't know. We just wait and see. And just to recap a little bit on our journey so far, today is the 13th of November, which is the last day of the playoffs. tomorrow we will begin the grand finals. And in the grand finals, the 16 teams, top 16 teams from the playoffs overall rankings will move to the grand finals. And we will also have 2 invited teams. Now, who will be those invited teams? Well, you need to wait and see. Tomorrow, 3 days grand finals, but only one will be the champion at the end of the day. That will be played on the 16th of November. So make sure you mark your calendars. You don't want to miss out on all the action on who might be the champion by then, ladies and gentlemen. Something that you don't want to miss out on. Of course, if we talk about like matches per day, it will be 6 matches every day. And we will feature these amazing teams during the playoffs, which is today as well. So Group A is done. We will focus on to Group B and C for today. So if you see your favorite team in Group A, well, they were done yesterday. Today they will be taking a break and they will await the overall results to see if they will be playing in the grand finals starting from tomorrow onwards. So zooming in onto our MVP at this very moment, it is Red Bull from Vampire Esports, coming in with 26 eliminations and 5,268 damage. Now, the thing about Red Bull and Vampire Esports is that they are part of Group A. So that means they're not playing today. So there could be a possibility that another player will overtake Red Bull as the overall MVP. So stay tuned to find out if that's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Nevertheless, it is still Red Bull. If somehow he still holds on to the overall MVP, wow, that's massive. Road to MVP. Other than Red Bull, we have Lazarus, aka Schweppes, at number 2. Number 3 will be Rules from T2K. Number 4, Mr. Sung Jinwoo, aka Tony K, at number 4. And number 5, we have Loops Vitinho, yes, who's currently at number 5. So any of these players could be the number 1 at the end of the day. Oh, by the way, our tournament MVP will collect the data across not only the playoff stages but also in the grand finals as well. So that's something for you guys to take note of too. Now, overall fraggers, zooming in only to eliminations, it is still Red Bull on top with 26 eliminations, followed by Lazarus aka Schweppes with 22 eliminations. We have Rules from T2K with 20 eliminations, Mr. Tony K Sung Jinwoo with 20 eliminations. Apparently someone told me it's a Attack on Titan character. I'm not too sure. Maybe you guys can confirm that in the comment section. And representing Loops, we have Vitin with 19 eliminations. Yeah, there you go. So these are our top 5 overall fraggers. Now, the most important part, of course, are the points. Our overall rankings as of now. Vampire Esports, number 1 with 115 points. But let's all remember as well that this is the playoff stage, also known as the group stage. So what is important is for teams to be making it in the top 16. So if you're number 1, number 2, number 3, that's cool. What's most important is that you are in number 16. That's all. Number 1, number 2, number 3, that will mean a lot more in the grand finals later. So we can kind of say that teams on page number 1, they are generally safe. They're kind of okay. I don't see any of these teams to be pushed out of the top 16 by the end of today. I'll be more interested to see what's it like on page number 2, at the borderline of around number 16. Teams from number 17, 18, and so on and so forth, they could still have a chance to be in the top 16 because that's the whole objective of the playoff stage. Be in the top 16. Now, flipping it over. So the cutoff point right now is Xavier. They are currently at number 16. And if we were to look at or zoom in onto who's at number 17, 18, we have Reject, we have EARENA, and the points are super close. The only thing differentiating Xavier and Reject is a tiebreaker. and that's why these areas are top. But they share the same amount of points, so Reject, they just need 1 point as of now to be above the Xavier, and they're in the top 16. EARENA, 2 points behind the Xavier, so also very tight, very close. They could swap places. Even APG as well, 36 points, just 2 points away from Reject, also very close. And not to say that Team Flash is far, Team Flash is only at 44 points, so they could be caught up as well. Now, moving on to the page number 3, we have Wolves, we have BURMESE Goals, we have WEIBO Gaming, Twisted Minds, we have DRS. These teams, they have 20 plus points. So you have 20 plus points, it's still doable for them to try to catch up to that top 16. Does it mean that teams like NEPx, Kara, JPX cannot catch up? No, not really. Because we have 6 games today. So as long as they have games to play, if they can perform with the remaining games, who knows, they could make a surprise entry. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on as well, on whether those teams can actually make it through or not. So today will be the day where teams have the mission of being in the top 60. That is the ultimate mission for today, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think will make it through? Who do you think might be eliminated? Well, put it in the comment section, people. I would love to see who you guys think might be going through. Now, today's matches, we'll start off with Rondo. It's going to be the same format. We're going to play a total of 6 matches. Rondo going to be the first game, followed by 3 ERANGELs, the OG map, and then we'll end the day with 2 MIRAMARs. By then, we will determine who are the top 16 teams that will be playing again tomorrow and who, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to. Now, timing, of course, it's on a rolling schedule, and it really depends on whichever time zone that you're watching this from. So this is based on GMT +7. And if you happen to be on a different time zone, well, don't worry. You can either readjust your understanding based on your timestamp or your time zone, or just enjoy the show as it is. You know, it's going to be pretty straightforward. If a round ends early, we're going to roll the next round quickly. Yeah, that is how it is, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. Only 13 seasons, that is crazy. Okay, before we jump into the game, yes, of course, we have to have a bit of a recap on who are the top performers for this particular map. So, especially for Rondo, we have GEEKAY Esports, the number 1 performing team. And then we have Skyforce as the 2nd performing team. We have Alliance as the 3rd performing team. They scored the chicken dinner in the first day, by the way, in this map. And we have Virtus Pro as our number 4 here. So it's interesting to see, like, if we look at like average rank points, average eliminations, average damage, average survival time, it's kind of like quite well spread across these 4 teams. So it's not like that one team dominates all the stats. No. Not that. So it's rather spread out, like average rank points, average eliminations goes to GEEKAY Esports. For Skyforce, they will hold the highest average damage, and for Alliance, they hold the highest average rank point and average survival time, which is, wow, for Rondo, 30 minutes, 35 seconds. Wow, that is really high. That is really high. And with the fact that all these teams, they would have played, well, okay, maybe some of them would have played 2 Rondos, but for Alliance, surely they have only played 1 Rondo. Well, they will add 1 more Rondo to their tally count here, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare ourselves to jump in to match number 13 of our playoff series. This is going to be game number 1 for today, none other than Rondo.
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew.
Oh man, I just love the flight sound every time. So I just had to give it a moment there, ladies and gentlemen. And this time we're gonna get 2 flight paths. One from the south to the north, and the other one from somewhat of the west to the east. Now, these 2 flight paths, they meet in between Yulin And Julian is also one of those kind of hot spots as well that teams like to fight that. NEPx Factory, definitely a hot spot too, so that's reachable for teams. Might see teams fight there. And we also have a good amount of early drops from these teams. Okay, I'm looking at Fong Tun. There's JPX there. Overlapping another team. Just need to get an idea of who could that be. And okay, we need to give it a while. It's still overlapping each other. Well, inside the NEPx Factory or test track, we have Wolves. Okay. So we just got the news that DRX from South Korea will be playing on behalf of Twisted Minds, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a bit of an update for you. But the other, DRX, we have them on screen here. And they are in an early fight around the area of NEPx Factory. And up against Wolves. Interesting. Alright, DRX always a very strong team in our Ruthless Invitational Showdown series. We also have DRS, the Real Soldiers. Fun fact, I was at this one place recently, a couple of days ago, and I happened to speak to somebody who is from Nepal, and he's working in where I am in Malaysia. And then he was asking like, what games do you play? Then I said, I play PUBG Mobile. And then he's like, PUBG Mobile. Yeah, I play PUBG Mobile too. Then I asked him, like, do you watch PUBG Mobile? Then he says, yes. Okay, which teams do you like? Then he says, he likes TRS, he likes Hora Esports. And I'm like, man, you know your stuff. I love it. Just like how TRS is loving it right now, winning in the fight against APG. That's a true story, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So shout out to all you Nepali people out there working all across the world. And a lot of you are actually working in Malaysia. I have actually met a lot of people from Nepal who watch PUBG Mobile Esports here. It's amazing. And even people from Bangladesh as well. Like, there's a restaurant nearby that there's this guy that works there, and he watches Ruthless Invitational Showdown, by the way. He's from Bangladesh, and he likes A1, of course. So we had a conversation, so it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's fun. That's why I love these community connections, ladies and gentlemen. My storytelling. While we get our action on the go, right now with DRX, going up against Wolves with QX, Triple Z, knocked down and immediately eliminated just like that by Hugo. Wolves Esports already 2 elimination points. Hyunmin is on the second floor, but they have probably no idea that he's around the corner. Okay, now they know. They heard the footsteps. They're going in for him. And Hyunmin will go down. DRX right now. Well, I wouldn't say that they're down to only one player because the other 2 players have been recalled. So they should be back as full squad soon. But the one team that is currently down to 1 player is ASI8. DRS, the Real Soldiers, dominating at the very beginning of this round. Interesting. Well, D Xavier going up against EARENA. That's another fight that's happening elsewhere. But I guess that kind of stopped based on the elimination feed at least. Okay, I would love to say that things started to chill, but not really though. Wolves now going up against NEPx, with NEPx surrounding the area of NEPx Factory, as you can see here on the mini-map. Looking for exit frags, it seems. By the way, shout out to all the viewers out there. You guys are amazing. I love it whenever I meet somebody on the street and then he says that, hey, I watch a Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Yep, you're watching the best off-season tournament out there. Haha, good choice. Anyway, coming back onto NEPx. Mr. Claw, Precious, Domain, and Rex. They didn't play yesterday. They are part of Group B. So today is the day that they returned after a break yesterday. Now looking at the map, we have actually 3 teams in Neox Factory, okay, that's one. I see that Team Flash and Skyforce, they're overlapping each other on the left side of the map. And we have teams coming in from the south as well. Wolves and Virtus Pro. One player of Virtus Pro now down on the ground. And this nade, oh, is he going to land? Can he actually reach? Okay, first nade, no. Second nade, not really. And here we go. Boston wins the fight from the lower ground. Beautifully executed. And now he can save his teammate at the same time. Long range spray by JJKK. And because of that, Wolves Esports, they're currently dominating with 5 elimination points. And Boston, somehow he's still alive. Somehow he's still okay. That is crazy. But anyway, if he's able to make himself or get himself to the recall tower, then he can also bring back his teammates, that is. Alright, then we have another encounter. Skyforce and Team Flash elsewhere. But that is kind of like taking a very, I would say, a cautious move for both sides. If we look at the minimap here, okay, they're all well spread out, but nobody's really pushing. But I can understand as well. I mean, Jiaotin is a big city, like you have multiple floors, like this big opera theater building. So yeah, naturally, teams will take their time to kind of navigate around. But Sanjay, he needs help though. And Bose is going towards him. Let's see if you will be able to pick up that point, or is that kind of like a bait? A tops. Just right in front of Cordless though. Okay, just for the benefit of everyone, if any one of you are looking for Inner Circle, I see. Inner Circle, they are part of Group A. So, Group A is not playing today. Yeah. So, whether Inner Circle will be playing again tomorrow, we'll need to get a confirmation by the end of today. Are they part of the top 16? But Inner Circle should be part of the top 16. So, I wouldn't be too worried about Inner Circle, frankly speaking. I'm sure they will play again tomorrow. Yeah. That's my answer to you guys out there, including F, who tagged me as well. I am slightly from the future, so when I read your comments, it comes out, it'll probably take like 5 minutes before you guys hear it from me. But yeah, that is the answer. Anyway, circle update. We are getting a northern side circle. Teams inside of Neox Factory will need to end the fight. NEPx, one of them, together with Virtus Pro. And also in Jiaotin, Skyforce and Team Flash will need to end the fight as well. But even more so at Neox Factory, since we have 3 different teams. Tops got Godless. Okay, respond with that's okay. And it looks like they managed to clear out the players from Skyforce. So Team Flash right now will have the opportunity to move. Coming back to Neox Factory. Okay, guys. 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close. And Wolves right now with 2 players here, locked in. It doesn't seem like their enemies will want to let them go. Here's DRS. Around the area of Yulin. Going up against WEIBO Gaming. And he moved away just in time. Cyclone and his nades. Claude just got Doran. Back on Neox Factory. Looks like a lot of movement happening there. And here's Coops. Preparing his nade. But at the same time, he has to be aware of the fact that the blue will be on top of him soon. Sook will be gunned down by Cyclone. Immediately eliminated. Claw gets one for himself as well. Cyclone on the second floor gets key. And Cyclone knocked down. And it looks like WEIBO Gaming Order came in as a follow-up to eliminate Cyclone. The DRS, I believe that they should still have players and they can still recall each other. Anyway, coming back to Neox Factory. Now the blue is on top of them. And Claw down. Precious down as well. Looks like NEPx, they seem to be losing the plot at this moment. Boston, he only has 2 bandages. Oh man, not the best of situation right now. Sees the player of NEPx right in front of him. He managed to get Rex. But Boston, he needs to heal up. He only has 2 bandages. That's definitely not good news. That is not good news at all. Okay, he used his 2 bandages. Now, he has to somehow find healing utilities. Anyway, here we have Domain on the other side. Can he actually pick up Claw? Not too sure about that because Boston is there though. Oh, Boston! High ground! And Boston will take them all out. Now it's a matter of if Boston can survive this one. He's going for the boxes. Can he actually make it? Oh man, I kind of doubt so though. I kind of doubt so. It's pretty difficult for Boston. Yep, there you go. There's the elimination feed. Boston is out. And now looking at the current circle, teams are starting to come in. But on the left side, look at this. So we have Alpha Gaming here up against GEEKAY. Team Flash in a potential fight as well. Alright, Zul. Oh, you're welcome. By the way, shout out to Who's Daud. And shout out to Maveya Khan. Shout out to Tamor Shah. Yeah, shout out to you guys out there who are currently watching the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. You guys are amazing. But do stay though. Do stay, check out some of these other amazing teams as well, and also a confirmation on whether Inner Circle will be playing tomorrow. Well, very likely they'll play anyway. But Alpha Gaming right now. 3 eliminations already. GEEKAY Esports. We have Kevin here. Is he all alone in the stadium? Doesn't matter at this point because Virtus.pro found him out. And he will be eliminated. And GEEKAY only down to Nerzet, I believe. Perhaps Kevin was here in stadium trying to get to the recall tower, but happened to bump into another team. But anyway, now Team Flash. The moment we see them, they just took out another team, but from afar, Tops knocked down. At the same time, Skyforce being eliminated at number 16 with 1 elimination points. Hey, Mbappe! I'm sorry, guys. I see your comment, but whenever I react or whenever I say something, you guys will hear it from me 5 minutes later. So do put it in. I am looking at the chat as well, so we can make this like a nice community thing. You know, because I'm obviously casting alone, so it'll be nice. Like you guys can put in something for me to read out as well. That would be nice. WEIBO Gaming now. I feel like a radio announcer, you know. Don't I sound like one? Like a radio announcer? If I sound like a radio announcer, put in the radio icon in the chat, people. Anyway, right now, JPX against BURMESE GHOULS. Oh, that was BURMESE GHOULS on the left side that dropped. And Smalltown on the inner side, Godspeed. Scoping out, I wonder who is O2 for BURMESE GHOULS. The rest of them, well, unknown. Master Ichi and Godspeed, these are obviously the players. And the JPX. Now the blue is on top of them and the zone will close in a little bit more. And it will shift towards the right side. THUNDERTALK Gaming and DRS as well in the circle. And we have DX, aka D Xavier, also in the circle. Right, that's pretty cool. BURMESE GHOULS right now. They have to find a way to fight through. Look at this. JPX is together with BURMESE GHOULS, and in front of them is another team. Oh, it's gonna be pretty difficult for BURMESE GHOULS, man. Anyway, these are the pros. They know what they're doing, but they're up against pros as well. Ruffles from APG will knock down Master Ichi. Mr. O2. I wonder who this guy is. Is he a tryout player? But he sent a nade across onto Sporta. Sporta evaded that one. Sporta tries to rush in with SLK. So SLK versus SLK and Sporta goes down. Oh man, whoever he is doing a good job. So far so good, but one more to go. O2 versus Hollywood. With the blue currently closing in. Nade will be sent across. Hollywood receives damage. 30% of health left for Hollywood. Hollywood now damaged by the blue. At the same time, he has to move in. He's very, very low on health. O2 now on the chase. It's going to be a mano. And Hollywood will go down to the zone. O2 will want to make sure that he can collect this one extra point. Oh, man. That is the way. Shout out to, please. Okay, shout out to Gufadi XY. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you so much for watching the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. Anyway, now DRS, XMPL, gun down from the side, position taken over. But while all that was happening, another team just got eliminated. Looks like it's JPX out to the hands of APG. EARENA eliminating DRS, XMPL. Well, Team Flash win. Not too sure what happened though. But anyway, that just happened. Hopefully he's alright, or more so his team is alright. Long range spray now by Nerzet onto the other end. As GEEKAY tries to find a way to get into the circle. GEEKAY, would there be much resistance for them? Maybe slight resistance, but not that much. It's still alright. Nightmare Mukri, hello! Nightmare Mukri. Yes, Mr. Mbappe. Love to you too, Mr. Mbappe. I'm not the Mbappe player, Suleiman. It's the Mbappe, somebody who's talking in the chat. Chris Goyal, hello to you. Whoa. Calm down, Order. Whoa, that was a big explosion in front of his face, and he somehow still survives that one. WEIBO Esports now, JJKK. Trying to gather information to find out where the members of the DRX are at. And looks like they should be able to just shoot them away. But oh, ASIA is coming from the top as well. Suxbo or PHALANX Nade? Hamad. Ooh, that's a tough one though. But I think I would give to PHALANX Nade just because I see it more often than Suxbo. So PHALANX Nade for me, Hamad. There you go. Kara's not playing. Do I know why? Mobility track? I have no idea. But maybe they're exhausted because they also played another tournament last night, midnight. So yeah, maybe. I'm just saying. Mirzaman, I'm carrying Ruthless. No, man. You guys are carrying Ruthless and you guys are carrying me. I appreciate your presence. You guys are awesome, man. Anyway, circle update, people. And looks like a DRX will be up against ASI 8. Let's see if they will be able to win this high ground fight. But at the same time, Order just got taken out by D-Xavier. Human receives damage as well. And he does have this elevation and also a vehicle to protect him. Alpha Gaming, on the other hand, will be traveling from the south. Ramesh Ali. Cloud Sir is working hard, casting 2 tournaments, 12 hours a day. It's dedication for you guys. It's dedication for you guys. Because I love you guys. I love the scene. I love the community. I love being here. And it's because of you guys. I won't be here if not because of you guys. So shout out to all the viewers out there. Long range by Doc. Wow. I could hardly see that, but these guys, they can land those shots. That's why they are the pros, and that's why we are just here admiring them. Man, that's definitely something there. But anyway, Zone took out NC2, and we're down to 10 teams. And here comes the rain of nades onto ASI 8. Byron receives damage, but he's still alright. But this nade will be right on top of him. Sent in by SOAS. And Byron is currently down, calling up for help. But this will be the opportunity for DRX to save Saisei, who's calling up for help as well. But ASI 8 not really letting them go just yet. Now they're sending their own nades. By a little bit tattoo shot, it will not connect at all to DRX. Now Byron needs help. Can they reach out to him? Abdul Hadi, shout out to you as well, Abdul Hadi. Anyway, WEIBO Gaming now dominating with 5 eliminations. Awesome Blossom. APG out at number 8 with 9 eliminations. But this nade! Whoa! What a nade by ASI onto Hyunbin! Hyunbin currently down. Saisei, can he save him? But Saisei, he's pinned down as well. QX Triple Z down to the hands of Casanova. Saisei fires back onto Casanova. These two teams not letting go of each other. Soas moving forward and Soas can down for the back. Now it's only Saisei, the final active player for DRX, and it's nade on the Byron. Byron goes back down again. What a nade by Saisei. But finally, ASI8, they took him out. After all that action, DRX eliminated at number 6. Saglin Nawas, recall you. Saglin Nawas, recall. I recall you, Saglin Nawas. I recall you. Tamosha, bring Red Queen with me. Well, I don't know where Red Queen is, but maybe she'll be back in the next few days. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, now Ruthless Esports approached by another team though. But this is the moment where we will see who will get the next phase of the circle. Looks like it's going to be ASI8. Park on top, people. Fans of Pakistan, I know you guys are really happy with this kind of circle. They have the high ground, they have the circle. Big advantage for ASI8. But it's going to be super challenging for the teams at the south. Teams like GEEKAY Esports, teams like D-Xavier, teams like THUNDERTALK Gaming. They'll need to find a way to get into this circle. Adesh, I should come to Nepal. I would love to come to Nepal. I have a lot of Nepali friends here because there are a lot of Nepali people working in Malaysia. I learned a lot about Nepal culture, but there's just only so much I can learn by talking. I need to go there and experience it myself, right? Especially the food. You guys have amazing food. But now, back onto our top 5 teams. I don't know how THUNDERTALK Gaming is going to get out of this, or even GEEKAY, because both of them will need to cut across the road. But at least THUNDERTALK, they have 2 on the other side. And Ajay gets Sabji. Okay, that's going to be a start there. Ajay pretty low on health, but he does have his teammates sitting there to give him that cover fire needed for him to reset. Nizet will be eliminated. Kevin out. GEEKAY Esports eliminated at number 5. Now we're down to the top 4 teams. D-Xavier dominating with 5 elimination points. I love you too, IC Balance. I can see that you're a big Inner Circle fan, and I can understand why. Love you so much. Anyway, top 4 teams now, people. All the teams in the circle. Who will score the first chicken dinner? Will it be ASI8, D-Xavier, THUNDERTALK Gaming, or maybe even Wolves? Muhammad Masfikur Rahman, what's up? Shout out to you, man. Yeah. Chaklena was, yes, I got you, man. I got you. Don't worry. But let's see who will get the first chicken dinner for today. And not only the first chicken dinner, but how many eliminations will they get? Because it is Rondo. That's a number that we want to see as well. And here we go. Who's going to make the first move? Everyone's pretty chill in the circle right now, but with this current situation, I kind of expect that the first move will be determined by whoever gets stage 7 circle. Yeah, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge, guys. It's going to be huge. So stay tuned for this one. You don't want to miss out on the explosive grand finale for this round. Well, Wolves aren't really pulling the trigger though, even though they had somebody at their line of sight. But they're gonna be a bit more trigger discipline this time. 10 more seconds before stage 7, people. Who will get it? Will it be ASI8? Will it be D-Xavier, THUNDERTALK Gaming, or Wolves? Let's check this one out. It goes towards the left side. D-Xavier in the circle. 2 players from THUNDERTALK in it. ASI8, they're not in the circle, but it's not going to be hard for them to get in the circle. I don't see a big challenge for ASI8 to do so. They can take their time, and they can get into the circle when the right time is there. The toughest one I would say is Wolves though. But the Wolves can still kind of navigate around the high ground. You can still play around there and slide into the circle, but it's kind of hard. Or maybe the hardest one would be the 2 players of THUNDERTALK Gaming on the outside. guess that could be the case. Let's see here. Okay, ASI 8. They know that somebody's in front. Seating sends a nade towards the D Xavier, but it will not connect. But Seating, he doesn't need to worry about himself. He needs to worry about his teammates. How are they going to get in? That's the question that he will need to answer on behalf of them. Okay, Wolf's making that move right now. As what we discussed, Wolf will have a hard time trying to get in, but JJKK fights back, taking out Casanova. Higa will go down to the hands of New 99 from ASI 8, whoever he is. For every dog, try biryani. I love biryani. Just say, I love chicken biryani. I love mutton biryani. Mutton biryani is my favorite, by the way. If anyone wants to buy me dinner or lunch, mutton biryani, people. I love it. Anyway, right now, Wolves only one player left. JJKK it is, and he manages to slide into the circle. Now Nate from the side. You see Seating, he just needs to take him out. And now Nate cooking up this nade, sends it across. Will he be able to land nicely on the Seating? And he will! Seating is currently down. King and Ajay, it's going to be hard for them to pick him up. And Ajay taken out by Nate as well. Nate with the double knockdown back to back, and now King, 10% of health left. King nated down by the one and only Levi's. Thundertalk Gaming eliminated at number 4. Top 3 it is. Circle shifts, and D Xavier has the next phase of the circle. Oh man. Oh man. Woo. Cruxy. Hey Cruxy, I know you follow me on Instagram. I know you, man. I bet you don't have many fans from Sri Lanka. I might be one of those few. Ah, interesting. I have talked with people from Sri Lanka before, by the way. And I know some amazing people from Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka people, amazing stuff. And shout out to people from Sri Lanka. Anyway now. D Xavier 3 players, ASI 2 and Wolves, JJKK, last man standing. Who was going to chicken dinner? As Iron gets Levi's. ASI responding back. Now they even up the numbers. They even up the odds. 2v2v1 at this point. ASI 8 now circling around, going towards Nate. Nate just behind the pump. They just need to get a line of sight of him. We have Shin playing this time, and Nate taken out by Mr. Casanova. But Shin fires back to Casanova right now. It's a 1v1v1, ladies and gentlemen, with D Xavier represented by Shin. Rushing in. Shot toss Nate, Shin takes a lot of damage, and Shin will win the 1v1 at the end of the day. D Xavier on the rampage. Now it's between Shin and JJKK from Wolves Esports for the first chicken dinner, where JJKK, he has the upper hand with the terrain advantage on this high ground. Can Shin actually do this one? But JJKK is closing the gap between himself and Shin. And Shin right now with the AUG, JJKK with his trusty M4. And who will win this 1v1? It's gonna be insane here. And icy balance, yes. Now a nail-biting situation for either Shin or JJKK. Who could it be? I mean, even if you look at the stats, it's like 50-50, guys. It's gonna be hard to tell. Blue right behind Shin to force him to move forward. So JJKK, he can have a bit of an idea where Shin is going to come from. Okay, he definitely heard those footsteps. JJKK now proning with the nade. Nade sent across. It does not connect at all onto Shin. Okay, one more nade by JJKK. Shin moves away. And Shin now 1v1, and here goes. And who got it? And it looks like the one that scored the chicken dinner is JJKK. Wolves Esports. They had the hardest entry into the circle at some point. But with the might of JJKK, they stood tall and they will take home the first chicken dinner today. Woo! What a round, man. What a round that was, man. Oh, man. Woo. Sweetie, will I marry you? I'll consider it. I am single though, just say. Anyway, Wolves Esports. Chicken dinner, and they scored 8 eliminations together, so that's 18 points in the first Rondo match. Whew! What an ending that was. My goodness, I have to catch my breath. Kinley Namgay! Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Mahai Raza Geo, not too sure what Geo is. But I'm also not too sure what I saw something. Let's see. Kabali Pulau. Okay, I'm not sure what is that, dog. I need to find that out. Is that like a food? Pulau. Is that like a food? Oh, it's a food. Okay, I don't know, but I will need to find out. But I know biryani. I have it all the time. Well, I have it from time to time. Biryani, mutton biryani is the best. I'm making my producer guy, Eagle Eye OP, hungry now. Oh, nice. Oh, nice hot biryani in the clay pot. Ah, I know, right? Oh, Mama's biryani. Yeah, Mama's biryani is the best. I agree. My mom doesn't cook biryani though, but I can, latch onto someone's mama for biryani. Anyway, people, we're talking about food and it's dinner time. My goodness. Wolves. Top team, followed by D Xavier, ASI8, and APG. Okay, cool. And then we have Wolves and D Xavier head to head. 8 eliminations, 11 eliminations. So they're pretty close. Oh, I have to see this one. I see, Professor, you will invite me to come to Pakistan with a penguin as an emoji. I would love to come to Pakistan. I would love to come explore Pakistan, Nepal, even Sri Lanka. I mean, these are beautiful places that I really want to experience myself. So hopefully one day, people, you guys are lit. You guys are amazing. Anyway, the one guy that is amazing this round is our MVP for the match, Mr. Levi's, who is also the PMSF Southeast Asia MVP this recent season. This time with 5 eliminations at 848 damage. No doubt, still very consistent. And I have some of my girlfriends who say he's very attractive. So comes in the package, I guess. Besides Levi's, our other top performers, we have Zio here from APG, Boston from Virtus Pro, and Mr. Clutchman, JJKK, with that chicken dinner he brought to the team, up here as well as our top performers. So that's the story, the Mori, guys, for this round. Different players from different teams. Shifting over to the points. Wolves 18 points, D Xavier 17 points, ASI 8 15 points, Alpha Gaming 13, THUNDERTALK Gaming 10, DRS Gaming 10. Well, we have a lot of double digits. But I guess that's also because that it is the Rondo match, so you have like a lot of opportunity to gain in elimination points. And because of that as well, like nobody went out empty-handed. Everybody at least got something for themselves. Even down to EARENA and Skyforce, still able to bring in at least 1 point each. Now, overall rankings as of now. Okay. Again, at this stage, our main objective is to look for the top 16 teams. But we're not going to take away the teams that obviously performed, like ASI 8, still able to bring in 15 points. Now they're at number 6. They move up 4 notches, so they are pretty comfortable here on page 1. As long as they're in page 1, they cool, right? Don't worry about them, people. Meha Ali, love you too. All the way to Pakistan. Abad, love you too. Yep. Syed Jazib Nasim. You love biryani too? Yeah, I okay. This is the thing that I'm not sure. Do different places have different types of biryani? Like maybe Nepal has a different biryani, Pakistan has a different biryani, where else, right? So maybe you guys can let me know in the comment section. Yeah. Oh, you have Mama. Mama is like biryani. Momo, it's rice. Oh yeah, you told me before, it's dumpling. Okay. In Nepal, it's Momo. Momo. I hope I pronounced it correct. Yeah, Momo. Pakistan biryani. We can have dumpling and biryani at the same time. The dumpling can be appetizer. Biryani is the main dish. Why not, right? Yeah, we can have all of them. Why choose when you can get all? But we have to choose who's going to be the top 16 by the end of today. So Phase 3 teams are in danger. You don't want to be the Phase 3 teams. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go search for some biryani. So while that, you guys continue to chat in the comment section. I'll take a break and see you guys for game number 2.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And this time around, my friend is not lonely anymore. My name's Contra, and sorry, Sir Cloud, you gotta do a solo podcast. But hey, I tuned in for like a few minutes. I was stuck at the car servicing center, so don't mind me for that. So we will carry on. But of course, that was quite the fantastic round to kick things off in Rondo, don't you think?
Yep, I think that the biryani is the best. So Contra's gonna buy me mutton biryani soon. Yep. While we chill and enjoy ERANGEL, people. Oh, by the way, just an update for Contra and everyone else. Wolves got the first chicken dinner. Wow.
Yeah, that was a really strong side coming from the side of Wolves, where, you know, the battle of the top four was quite exciting, I would say. And of course, we will carry on with the excitement with 3 rounds of ERANGEL back to back. Then, of course, we always end the night with Miramar, as we're gonna be seeing who's gonna be the one to take the second chicken in their home. So for now, of course, the pace seemingly to be pretty nice and steady for some of the teams on board. But of course, these are your current top ERANGEL performers with ASI 8, who are currently leading by the average rank points and of course survival time as well. Meanwhile, it's Vampire Esports with the most LMs and damage.
Yep, though Vampire Esports will not be playing today because they are part of Group A. So Group A peeps are not in the game today. We're going to focus on to Group B and C. So we're going to go for our due diligence, our prediction. Who do you have in mind?
It's kind of tough to tell. I'm just gonna go for Vampire Esports because I think they do have, like, high fragging power overall. It's just gonna be, a very safe choice, so to speak. So, what say you?
Is Vampire playing?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Vampire is part of Group A. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, different group.
Yeah,
So,
like it's not only the car that needs servicing.
yeah, I mean, I gotta take a look at the groups again to figure out. Thank you very much. So, right now, which group are we gonna be having? Group B versus Group C. Okay, random poll out of the bag. I think this time around, I'm gonna go for EARENA.
I like how flexible our production is.
It's like, okay, Contra probably hasn't seen the graphics yet. Let's pull it up. Yep.
Yeah, I'll go for
Thank you very much.
APG. Let's go.
Okay, APG. Now I want to hear from Prod. I mean, Prod is already one up. So, well, I guess like I was not around for a round, and looks like someone's gonna be whipping some APG merch. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, show me what you got. Show me what you got.
Show me what I got. Okay.
Yeah.
Show me what I got. Show me what I got.
A jacket.
Oh yeah, APG. Let's go.
A jacket.
Let's
You must have
go.
stole it from like the HOK Boys or something. Did you?
I don't know what game are you talking about, but I stole it from Top.
Oh, you stole it from Top. Oh,
Yeah, I stole it from Top.
sure. Where's
Yeah.
his name? Show me his name then. You
This
should have
is-
his name.
None of them have their name. That's on the jersey, not on the jacket.
Okay,
So,
fair. All right.
Yeah.
Guy likes to
Let's go.
flex, especially with his Babe hoodie as well.
But this is not that. This is a plain hoodie.
Oh,
Yeah. A lot of people
I
thought
it
it
was
was a
like,
collab.
oh, yeah, because like
Ah,
that is one of the earliest collab in PUBG Mobile, and that's still pretty sought after today. All right, so with that in mind, you guys could also maybe flex some of your merch as well. I don't know. You guys can tell us what kind of PUBG Mobile esports merch you guys have, and of course, probably we might even see you guys getting featured as well. If you want to post your story up, tag Ruthless Esports on IG or something, well, that can happen. So that being said, let's head right into our first flight into ERANGEL on match 14.
Oh yeah, let's go, people. As our flight path will be skewed towards the left side, so it's gonna take a bit for the teams on the who like to drop on the right side to travel. But because it's on the left side, so we can expect Primos to be occupied. DRS is already heading that direction. And I also see another team on top of Primos as well, so we might see an early fight there.
Yeah, that could potentially happen in a jiffy. Well, of course, this is a direct passage into 70 as well. I don't really want to see if there's gonna be anyone to be looping around Hospital, Jericho, and contest for some of that area. Whereas APG, they're gonna be pretty lonely in the island. Not as lonely as the guy that was speaking on game 1, I guess.
Mhm.
Okay, so DRS versus WEIBO Gaming. And also DRS in between 3 teams in this vicinity. Do I regret my vote? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see how EARENA plays this one out.
Well, three teams? What? We normally see like 2 teams, but 3 teams is a record, I guess. WEIBO Gaming, DRS, and EARENA for Primos. And what makes it even more exciting, the circle is not here.
And they gotta fight their way out if that's gonna be the case. So let's take a look at the weaponries real quick. EARENA, from what I saw coming in from the weapon that they stashed, they got the Kimbo, they got 2 micro Uzis as well as a Scar L. Meanwhile, I would say WEIBO pretty much similar on the SMGs, while DRS is the first one to knock out a member of EARENA, and that is going to be Joker already on his feet. Oh boy, not the best start, but hey, GEEKAY also got themselves into a tough situation up against the members of Team Flash, and they're just fighting for this vehicle, and they're just going to shove Win back onto the scene.
Well, I want to see this fight. How is it going to end? Right now, DRS trading it back and forth with EARENA. XMPL gets Nowzy. I guess that's how we're going to pronounce his name. Anyway, NC2 tries to go up to the second floor, but somebody's there. He does have a micro Uzi. Going up against also a micro Uzi, but the one that pulled the trigger earlier was raised, and he won that one. Now, WEIBO Gaming will be coming.
Yeah, they definitely saw a couple of names dropping to the ground, and WEIBO, they're going to have to really push really quickly, and just like that, we do see Frag being taken off the list, as they do have the high ground advantage to take on Example at the very same time. That's 2, and they're looking for a whole lot more.
Now looks like Team Flash will be the next team to be eliminated. WEIBO Gaming following up from the earlier fight, and it's a straightforward elimination. Did not give a single chance to DRS to reset.
Yeah, at the very least, you can see that DRS did manage to trade right back, dealing some significant damage onto WBG. But still, that was 3 points gained from the side of WBG. If he did manage to win that trade by the staircase, then maybe DRS might have actually stood a chance. But hey, we still have more rounds to go, so DRS fans, do not be too worried. Okay, so this time around, we go back to the winners of round 1, Wolves Esports.
And Wolves, well, they're pretty okay in the circle. In fact, the circle is, I would say, an okay circle, unless if the circle pulls all the way up north. Then it'll be pretty fun. Since majority of the teams are like, you know, your typical guard cars, your typical around Pochinki area. If all of a sudden it goes to shooting range, they'll be great. Like every team or majority of the teams that we see on screen will need to all rotate up north.
Yeah, that could be very hectic, very chaotic. But more likely than not, a lot of these teams are assuming that it could still go inside of areas like Ruins or even the top side of Gatka. So SF's in a really good position, so they don't really have to move too far off. Whereas, as for the rest of Burmese Ghosts, they are spoiled for choice as well. They could choose to stay in Rozhok. They could also move up north, like you said. So they don't really have to do anything too drastic, but they decide maybe it's best that they at least expand their territory a little bit further into the boatyard. So Burmese Ghosts, they even have a member into the corners of Jujapol already. Whereas DRS, they're going to go in for a big wraparound on Mount Gaka.
And DRX.
DRX.
Yeah.
Thanks for correcting me.
I was like, oh, DRS? Oh, but where's DRS? I thought they are. Oh, it's DRX.
Yeah, they got taken out.
But I know, I get it. The names are very similar. That we have to emphasize whether it's the S or the X.
Yeah, can you imagine if PaperX decides to have a PUBG Mobile team as well, and then you put 3 of them in the lobby? You have DRS, PRX, and DRX.
And then we have DX, right?
Yeah, they have DX. What else do we got? Yeah, I guess we should stick with very
NEPx.
different kind. Oh, NEPx. That's a team that I've not heard in a while. It's been a couple seasons at the very least.
Yeah, I know, right? And they're back. And the best part is this, right? So we are still at the group stages. It's all about getting the top 16. So even though we see them right now with only 13 points, but if they do well in the next few rounds, they get into bare minimum of top 16. It's all good.
And there's still, of course, plenty of opportunities out there. Like you said, Skyforce trying to create their own though up against the rest of these saviors. Perfect name drop right over onto such chair on top of the roof. Will be sending the Roost members of SF into scramble, but it is going to be Riley that trades back, knocks down Levi's, and now Icy's on the push.
I see. S12K gameplay against DX. But Lamborghini read him like a book. He made the first move onto the outside, knocking him down, and now Lamborghini charging across, but Lamborghini, 1% of health left. He has to take his time to reset. Sanche not able to connect those shots at all, while his other teammate will come in from the other side. But Skyforce, they are ready for him. Godless will take out Shin in the process.
Oh, Lamborghini was just 1 second too late.
No!
And he still does with the grenade. Insane movements. And he was only like, what, 1 HP? And he clutches it.
Man, 1 HP and that nade. Man, that is just next level. Any player would think to themselves that, okay, I want to focus on to healing first. But Lamborghini is like, nope, I focus on to eliminating his opponent, then he thinks about healing.
Yeah, and now he's got even more opponents to eliminate, maybe. JPX, they rain on their parade. They're probably going to be surprised that it's only 1 left. And that one member is one of the finest of Vietnam. And his name is Lambo. Nades after nades, they're trying to clear those corners. Lambo now trying to be as quiet as he can. He's still in the zone, so there's nowhere else he could basically swerve off to.
Oh.
And there we have it. Lambo just right next to him. There we go. One quick tap seals the deal for Sporta.
Man, Sporta with this red monster skin. Just jumped out of the vehicle, lands a shot, and then jumps back in. And moves the vehicle front, parks, and then now resets. That was quick. But NEPx, the team that you have not heard for quite a while now, in an engagement against GEEKAY. With the players of GEEKAY now falling apart, only Sub-G left as final player. I'm not sure if he wants to pursue this one though.
Seemingly it's a little dangerous for GEEKAY to really overpeak right now. NEPx, they do have a wide spread though, so they could still work this out from long range. As for Domain, he has just about enough space to try to at least gather a little bit more intel, but oh, those tires, they got tangled up for a little bit for the moment. As for THUNDERTALK Gaming, they're going to be rotating very late from the northeastern corner of the map. So they'll be just chasing right behind SAFG of GEEKAY. And they've definitely taken notice of some of the members of NEPx as well. So not the safest journey for the side of THUNDERTALK.
And speaking about NEPx, Claw just got taken out by Neko Dive from THUNDERTALK Gaming. And that's their first elimination this time. Okay, time for them to move, and they might bump into the other players from NEPx. Whether they will want to engage on the outside of the circle, we'll see, because it looks like THUNDERTALK Gaming, they're not that interested, but NEPx might be, because they're still following behind.
Yeah, they're continuously trolling them right through. A couple of shots being fired as well. As Precious kind of tacks over onto Neko Dive, and he doesn't really have all too much of that space to work with for the moment. Doesn't help that the blue is also closing right through. As we go into Cellcom DG Alliance, All Holland. I'm trying to recall which player is this once again. They always change their name. And yeah, it makes life a little bit more difficult for us. But here comes BURMESE GHOULS. They lock the target on site. It's going to be the rest of the Wolves. While Holland goes hit to hit up against the rest of Virtus Pro. And he managed to bring him down to shape. Ragoon, he barely has enough space. He's trying to use that Molotov to flush him out of position.
Oh, but Halan now down on the ground. And thanks to Rangoon. While this is happening, oh, a drive-by. Okay, that's Virtus Pro dominating. While that happened, the circle shifted towards in between the high ground of Pachinki and also Pachinki City itself. A few teams already at the high ground, but this nade beautifully tossed onto Malloy. Malloy goes down immediately.
That's a beautiful one coming from Alhamdulillah. Meanwhile, Bostoni having the exchange, but a huge swing coming from 60-42 to be able to knock Ragoon once more. Virtus Pro, they will look to close up this fight, but Alhamdulillah right now, cooking that grenade. I believe this to be GBOP, and he might be able to time this perfectly, but it's Bostoni trying to put pressure upon him. He managed to bring him down to 50%, and the S12Ks will connect. Jimmy will be able to close it out.
And now Jimmy OP needs to heal up. He'll be back up at 80%, but he has to deal with the 2 players of Virtus Pro, and 2 players of Virtus Pro is just too much for him to handle. Alliance eliminated number 11 with 2 elimination points.
Virtus Pro is doing so well this game. 8 points acquired, and you thought that they will have more casualties in that fight up against Alliance, but they managed to recover just in the nick of time. And it just goes to show that VP, they got a lot of fire in them.
Yeah, Virtus Pro 8 eliminations already, and surely they'll be looking for more. But WEIBO Gaming now looking to take over this compound from THUNDERTALK Gaming, as Neko Dive will be the first one to fall down. Sitting all alone, sitting literally in this storeroom. Sends an aid onto K1. Knocks him down just like that, and looks like the defense is working out for them. So far so good, but they have one more player from WEIBO Gaming to deal with in the same building.
And he's just lobbing grenades after grenades up against King. Couldn't seem to really find the ideal angle, but Order, he's also going to take charge from the outskirts. But the smoke is not really giving him any form of an area to really take on the fight up against the rest of THUNDERTALK, but a couple attacks have been sent their way. And somehow they make it work out. 2 members of THUNDERTALK now knocked down, and Neko Dive really has to get some vision done, and he's going to swing out. He will take that Order.
Oh, and THUNDERTALK Gaming needs to deal with one more. The final player of WEIBO Gaming on the 2nd floor. Smoke is still active though. He's taking the slow approach. He's gonna go all the way in, but King is there waiting. This could be a big trap. King now goes up, and together with his other teammates, all the firepower onto one player, and WEIBO Gaming out.
Neko is just so good at reading that play. He heard the footsteps. He's just having his eyes set by the staircase. He knows that this player might be pushing right through the smoke. And just like that, the rest of THUNDERTALK managed to turn the tides around. Now, going back into the zone update, it really seems to be that this will be an urban ending inside of Pachinki. And good news for BG fans, NEPx as well as Wolves, they're already inbound. This is by the outskirts, it's going to be Virtus Pro, but VRX looking to enter a little late as they met up with the rest of ASI8.
And DRX now has to win this fight because they need to get into the circle as well. About 200 meters away from it. ASI8 will try to stop them. New 99 is calling up for a pickup though. But they have to make sure they have enough time and space, and that's why they're deploying all these smokes. But So has got an 8 onto Iron. Okay, that's not good news for ASI8. Now DRX, knowing that they have 2 players down, this is the time for them to move in.
And there we go. The rest of DRX pushes through. And he's trying to clip over onto Casanova as well. You can see that DRX, they're so good at all this methodical play style with just lobbing utils right across. But ASI8, they didn't manage to recover one fallen member, but they did manage to replenish their health. But take a look at what's around. Halu from JPX, he's also swinging by, and he chooses not to partake.
Ooh.
But New 99 lands a massive one against Soez. So that might be able to suppress them for a moment. And K2 is second the second shot.
And DRX, right now we need to recover their teammate as well. The Smalley will not connect on the Hyunbin at all. But the blue is going to say hello to DRX. Okay, time for them to move. Time for them to end this fight. SOAS is back up again. They're on their vehicles. They're on the way. They're moving towards the left side. K2 is there though. And it looks like K2 gunned down by Master Ichi. Oh, Burmese Ghost getting involved. Oh, Burmese Ghost will not stop DRX from moving further forward. QX Triple Z as well. Gunned down by none other than Master Ichi.
That's crazy because they were inside Pachinki all this while and they did manage to at least go in for that swing. And just like that, DRX, they're only left with one member remaining. ASI8, they know that this is not going to be the point for them to really pick up the fight up against the rest of BG. And here comes this swing coming from Master Ichi, not fully connecting though. SI8, they got nowhere else to turn, nowhere else to go because they're getting absolutely gate camped, and Master Ichi finally finds it up against Neo.
Wow, Burmese goes gate cap 2 teams. That's a big haul for them. 5 eliminations right now for Burmese goals and still perfect as a team. What a nice setup there by Burmese goals, and they deliberately came out of their comfort zone inside of Pachinki to gain those elimination points, and now they have the chance to get another one. Casanova right below them. But we'll check on Casanova later because here we have a JPX. We need to win this fight against Virtus Pro to get in.
Yeah, there's barely enough space for them to work around with. They are forced to tank out some of the damage coming from the blue zone. At least they do have a hovercraft for them to play around with. Not so much for the likes of Virtus Pro. They're slowly getting rid of down. And take a look at this on the minimap. THUNDERTALK Gaming are also pushing up against the rest of Virtus Pro. So it's a 3-way battle, and it's only down to Diana. Can they actually make it out alive? And Sporta tries to fight back.
Oh, this is insane. But Diana will go down to the hands of King, and THUNDERTALK Gaming now dominating. THUNDERTALK Gaming, now they have another mission, a new mission, which is to finish off the remaining members of JPX. One by one from JPX being taken out by a Neko dive. And now it's going to be Hollywood. Hollywood tries to fight, but he is very, very low on health. Spams with his SOK. It will not bring in the return that he is looking for. Crazy will now be the final player for JPX, and he managed to get Neko dive with that nade. Cooking up his second nade, hoping to secure the elimination point. But Neko dive, the point is stolen away by Doc.
Oh, where did that actually come from? We don't even get to see APG, and here comes the return exchange. Crazy. He's got to find a way to hold down the line, and he's still pushing through. King with only 1 HP left will somehow survive the entire ordeal, but here comes APG looking for a third-party chance, and they will shut out THUNDERTALK.
And APG, man. It's just third party after third party, it seems. But inside of Pachinki, everybody has got their own corner. For now, that is. But somehow Casanova from ESIA made it through. But now he's going to share the same building with Burmese goals. Okay, Casanova gets one. It's be a big comeback clutch here by Casanova. Casanova not able to get a second one. And Burmese goals will eliminate him. ASI8 out.
A very good attempt from Casanova, to say the very least, though. He managed to survive that fight, and it seems like Burmese goals were not allowing him any form of space. It's like, okay, we've been tracking you all this while, so you don't really have much of a choice than to fight us. Now we go back to the citizens of Pachinki. We've seen these 3 teams planned for a very long time, and you know, Burmese goals, their playstyle so far is just so intriguing, right? They were holding inside of Pachinki for one moment, the next they were pushing out to fight, and then now they get to also re-enter the fray. We gotta see how this update is gonna benefit any of these teams. I think Wolves undeniably will still be in the zone because they're gonna be in the direct center. Meanwhile, a knock happened, and it's DRX there sending those grenades onto Godspeed.
But right now, it's going to be kind of hard to tell on who's going to score the chicken dinner because it's going to be an urban warfare. And when it comes to urban warfare, things will start to slow down. Things will start to chill.
And when do they really get activated is going to be the next big question, right? So what if there is a hard shift since it's still stage 5 at the moment? If it goes back to the outskirts, I think like a lot of teams will absolutely struggle, but not for APG. APG is still hugging by the corners, and they're just about to make the entry, and it does go south. And APG, they don't really have to really go into the deep areas of the city, so they can just stay put for the meantime. And Wolves, they get to dictate who will find the exit out of Pachinki.
They have the option of even going up to the high ground if they want to. But I think for APG, they might as well stay on the opposite side, and this is the opportunity for them to get exit frags. Imagine this, when the zone starts to close, those teams inside of Pachinki will start to leave Pachinki or cancel each other. That's where APG can take advantage and lock in elimination points.
True enough, and APG, they don't really have to do too drastic of a move. They just have to keep their eye out. But they gotta be quicker than Wolves, because Wolves is thinking about the same thing. Wolves, however, they are spread out just by that line of the street, and it could be rather dangerous because if one member gets knocked, there's not much that they can do to rescue them though. So right now, it's Burmese GHOULS on the push.
Yeah, Wolves, they can be the gatekeeper as well. Burmese GHOULS, okay, Burmese GHOULS will be the first line that teams like NEPx will need to cross through. That Burmese GHOULS will need to cross through Wolves. Oh, but NEPx, they got O2? Immediately eliminated just like that. Oh, that could be an opening for NEPx.
Oh, this is actually pretty huge, and it really deters the firepower of Burmese GHOULS as well. Burmese GHOULS, they were a little too fixated onto trying to catch members of Wolves, and they forgot about the rest of the area of the city. And there's also Hyunbin, who did toss a nade towards him. So Godspeed's trying his level best to at least eliminate DRX, and then they can secure themselves the top 4. Else, the rest of NEPx, they're gonna look to push through. If there's any time to use the smokes, it's right now.
Yeah. Or maybe they're saving it for stage 7, because stage 6, well, you're still in the circle, so you can kind of hold still. So I guess maybe that's the thing that they have in mind. Oh, Precious got Joel. Wow.
Whoa.
Okay, that's quite a distance.
A really precise shot as well coming from Precious. He's been trying to track where the bullets were coming from, and APG wasted no time. They know that they can afford to at least have some cover to work with, so they'll be able to get that revive very quickly. Meanwhile, Burmese GHOULS, they heard where the sound cue was coming from. Those smokes have been expended for NEPx to cut right across. But the big question remains is that, can Hyunmin actually cut right through? Final member DRX now is the only one in the deeper area, but he's just by the edge of the zone, so he can just play it safe for that.
Speaking about the zone, 5 more seconds and we'll see stage number 7. There is a chance that it might pull back to the Pachinki city. There's also a chance that it will go in the open area. And looks like part of it is at the Pachinki city. So Wolves can still hold. Now NEPx, they have the upper hand in the city. Looks like the tables have turned inside there.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for APG this time around because they're forced to go out in the open field, which means that they are susceptible for Wolves or even Burmese GHOULS to try to pick them off. But at the very least, Burmese GHOULS got their hands busy for the moment. Oh, Hyunbin, he's already tanking some of the damage coming from the zone, and I believe that was a Molotov tossed towards his direction, and Hyunbin tries to heal up. Precious now finds Refus, and now they spark the fight up against APG, who's desperate to try to get their way across.
Oh, and time is ticking though. 1 minute 20 more seconds before this stage closes. And NEPx, they're at the position where they just need to wait for teams to come towards them. Playing the gatekeeping role against teams like DRX, like Burmese GHOULS, and to a certain extent even Wolves. Speaking of Wolves, we have Dorins there making his presence felt. And Precious will send a nade across onto Hyunbin. It will not connect, but he does have an idea that Hyunbin is just right in front of him.
Precious, he's charging up a grenade though. Let's see if this one does connect. BG have tried for a very long time, and I'm afraid that Hyunbin's running out of space. He does have that sticky grenade. He's gonna full set it up against Precious. Thankfully, He's been able to dodge, but a couple of bullets have been clipping over on his shoulders. And now, Hyunmin has to just full send it. He's got no other choice. Those nades flying right through, and he somehow dances right across, but will still be caught out by NEPx.
Yeah, like what you said, right? He does not have much of a choice, so he had to do that anyway. Now for Burmese GHOULS, they're going to try to push onto NEPx. They're just right beside them right now. And Godspeed being pushed forward because of the blue. Wolves doing pretty much the same thing. Nade sent across just to stop Burmese GHOULS from cutting across. And looks like the circle just right behind, or the blue just right behind Burmese GHOULS. But look at the circle update Contra. Alpha Gaming, they have absolute control of the circle now.
Wow, they're the only ones inside. Even Wolves have to move, but Wolves, they're trying to see if they can pick a few more points before making their exit out of the city. Meanwhile, Rex gets the catch, and finally, they found an opening up against the rest of Burmese GHOULS.
Oh, NEPx right now have to navigate around the smoke, and Domain gets Godspeed. Burmese GHOULS, they have to try to find a way to counter, but they don't have really much space. But Godspeed managed to get Domain though. Unknown comes in to finish up Domain. Rex sprays inside the smoke, and Burmese GHOULS will be eliminated. Now they have to reset quickly because here comes Wolves.
Wolves, they're not going to waste any more time. As NEPx, they're just by the edge. They're just running right through. Rex barely has not enough time to even try to heal up, but he will be caught out by High Gords. Beautiful exchange coming right through, and now it's a 3 versus 3 Alpha Gaming looking to lock in a chicken dinner of their own, and you will probably be excited about this. Double nades now falling right through. Thorin, can he dodge all of it? Seems like that will be just about enough for Wolves to at least find some cover just by the trenches.
Oh, don't say it yet. Don't say it. It ain't over till it's over. Wolves probably is thinking that way right now, but they are receiving damage from the nade sent across onto them. And now they'll be pressured by the blue. JJKK and Dorian has to move. Same goes for Higat. They will be out in the open soon, and that's what Alpha Gaming is waiting for.
And Doc, he's planted in such a deep position. Those smokes have been able to really cover the Wolves for the moment, but they still managed to find it. Rufus immediately goes in for the turns, and now it's only down to formalities. JJKK, last man standing.
Oh!
Can he express this moment? Oh, he does find a knock onto Rufus.
Okay, that's 1, 2 more to go. JJKK, can he actually be the one? But Doc from the side, one last hit is all he needs. And APG, the power of the merge, brings the chicken dinner home.
I guess you gotta give them that lucky charm from time to time for them to earn this one up, but it's all hard-earned effort. We saw them not doubling down onto the inner portions of the city. They're the ones sweeping other teams, third-partying, even the likes of THUNDERTALK in order to make this one work out. And Alpha Gaming are your victors here in ERANGEL.
Oh yeah, Alpha Gaming. Very strategic approach, I must say. They took the road less taken. Most teams would be like, okay, let's commit all the way into Pachinki. Let's just be in there. But for them, they'll be like, okay, nope, you guys have fun. We'll play on the outside. And so happened, the circle pulled outside of the city. And that's how they took advantage of their geographical location.
Yeah, and overall, it really paid off. For one moment, it might look a little bit dicey because at a certain point, they have to give up the compound that they were holding on that corner of the farmhouse. And eventually, when all these teams were getting a little bit busier inside the city, a lot of all the pressure was relieved from the side of APG so that they could actually reposition through the haystack. They did manage to find a couple of cover, and Doc, you saw he was holding such a deep angle as well. So Wolves, they don't really have all the full contact play in order to make that work. And Wolves also decided to push upon NEPx. So at the very least, Wolves did walk away with a number of points for them in the second spot at the very least. But NEPx, they did manage to also secure plenty of all these eliminations to get alongside with BG as well as THUNDERTALK. So we gotta start calculating who will be the one to take the most point from this round.
I am quite surprised that Wolves is not part of the top 4 teams to watch. Considering that they are second place and they did get a few eliminations here and there, but interesting. I'd like to see the overall points later. Okay, maybe this is a bit of a clue. They only scored 2 eliminations.
It is definitely understandable because you take a look at the position that they were taking. They were not bunched up together. They were taking separate locations. So they have to be a little bit more careful of their surroundings as well. So they could not afford to overpeak for most part. Hence why they were prioritizing on position. And still, you gotta say, Wolves, they are still fairly consistent. They got themselves that first round chicken dinner, and settling for second isn't a bad call as well.
But this is definitely not a bad haul for Mr. MVP, Master Ichi. 5 eliminations and 636 damage. He was the one that stopped DRX and ASI8 from rotating. Like, he was the one that got at least like 3 or 4 knocks when they took the bold move of going out of their comfort zone in Pachinki.
Yeah, and overall, Master Ichi definitely made a lot of all these bold calls as well. Like, from what you said, pushing out of Pachinki and then re-entering, taking the fights upon all the other players, and also trying to push through. NEPx is definitely a very proactive stance that's been taken by the rest of BURMESE GHOULS. But we saw THUNDERTALK, they actually won out so many trades from the corners of Primos all the way into the city as well. So you gotta say, first, the team from the PL so far can rely on Nicodive to make moments happen.
Yes, Nicodive always shows up for THUNDERTALK Gaming, and because of that, THUNDERTALK Gaming scored 10 points in total. BURMESE goes 12, NEPx 13, and APG 16. Now, Wolves, 8 points collected, and that's why they're not part of the top 4. But at least they got points. Unfortunately, can't say the same for GEEKAY Esports and Team Flash. They leave this round without any points. But again, because today it's all about getting the top 16, we need to see the overalls later. Have they done enough or not?
Yep, we gotta check that out a little later on. Good ratios of hit shots all across the board, and it is Doc with the longest elimination distance. We saw him planted over on the rooftops of that farmhouse to try to snipe players inside of the city of Pachinki. Eventually, he did get traded back though, but of course, that elimination been able to earn him that title. Vampire Esports still currently sits at number 1 with 115 points, followed by Papara Supermassive second, Loops, T2K, IC. They were not part of this action, but of course, when we take a look at the overall rankings, we are seeing APG now surge up into the 9th position, all thanks to this chicken dinner.
Yeah, and on page number 2, okay, this is where the important cutoff is, right? Number 16 onwards, we'll move on to tomorrow. So Outer Ego, they're in danger, but they're part of Group A though. So Outer Ego, being part of Group A, they cannot bring in more points. They're in the danger zone right now. Team Flash is only behind them by 4 points. So 4 points with 4 more games to go. I mean, it's very doable, just to be realistic. Xavier, at least they're still playing, so they can collect points. Now, page 3 teams, all of them will need to work it out on how they're going to gain as many points as possible to see tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think like with 4 more rounds, it's entirely doable as well. But they gotta start hustling for every single drop of points. So it is very, very risky. But of course, with certain teams who are around the other group that's not gonna be able to haul in points, this is one opportunity that they should not miss out. That being said, though, we'll take a couple of minutes of break, and we'll be right back for more action here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We were just done with one ERANGEL match where APG scored the chicken dinner. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. My name is Cloud together with Contra. And coming up next is, of course, another ERANGEL match.
That's right. And overall, Wolves have been relatively consistent for what they've been able to show us so far. They did manage to secure second place, but they only got 2 points. APG, they were explosive, and they also have been able to make the right calls in order to back this chicken dinner by the outskirts of Pochinki. And of course, we'll have to see how the rest of the rounds play out. Of course, showing you guys once more some of the top ERANGEL performers. Right now, the ones who are still involved are definitely ASI and APG as well as BG. So with VP taking a back seat for the course of the evening, I would say perhaps there's still ample of all these other teams that might be able to knock some of all these big numbers coming from the side of VP, but they are, after all, the current #1 team. In Group B as well as Group C, so far it's been looking pretty explosive, and we just gotta, of course, see who else will be able to take the chicken dinner home, or will it be a back-to-back win in the ERANGEL for APG?
It's kind of hard to say back-to-back, right? With this kind of stacked lobby, like there are a lot of amazing names, amazing teams here. Ooh, so difficult to pick one. But obviously we have to do our due diligence. So we have to pick one, Contra. Back onto it.
Well, I'm gonna kick things off nice and easy. I think Virtus Pro was actually quite impressive on the way that they've been taking fights. Maybe there's just too much of these third parties going on that kind of costed them for a little bit. So I'm going for Virtus Pro.
Oh, okay. Virtus Pro. A solid team, not gonna lie. I'm gonna believe in the power of the merge.
Okay, are you whipping out the DRS jersey this time?
Oh man, how did you read my mind? Yo,
I
let's
see the
go.
white and blue. Where's my jersey, guys? Hello?
You can get a DRS jersey, you know, but can you
Oh.
get a DRS jersey with this?
Oh,
Oh,
dang.
dang.
Now that's a flex. That's a flex. I swear. Keep it coming. So you
I'll
still
try,
got
I'll
more.
try.
You got a couple more jerseys lined up for the next games.
Some of them are somewhere else, but I could.
Okay.
I could. Yeah.
So
probably could.
APG has already got that jersey buff. Now you're giving it to DRS.
Yeah.
So is this surefire way? Oh, look, they updated your point as well.
Oh yeah, of course, because I got one. Yay! Yay!
I think like ASI, it's gotta also send you like a jersey of their own.
They
Who
have
else has to? Who else should send you a jersey? Send me a jersey. Maybe I could give them some good luck too.
Yeah, you guys can consider that. You know, the teams out there, you guys can consider that. We're very easy people to reach out to. You know, it's quite obvious on how to find us on our social medias, which is also like down there. Yep, down there. Just saying. So yeah, contract could use one. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm running out of shirts, man. That's for sure. So that being said, though, I think like overall teams are still getting a little bit more accustomed between this B versus C group. So surely than not, a lot of these teams, they do have very heavy firepower, which you saw. They wasted no time to go on a brawl, third parties upon third parties on top of that hill right south of the side of Pochinki. And I think like this trend probably will continue on no matter where it could possibly take part. If it does happen, if Sanovska, even better.
Well, I wouldn't mind that. I'm not complaining if the circle goes all the way down there. We have 2 more ERANGELs, including this one though. So let's see what kind of circle are we gonna get. And also, just to remind everyone, today is the last day of the group stages. By the end of today, top 16 will move on to tomorrow. Cheer for your favorite team because it's down to a handful of games left before we lock in the points. Let's go, ERANGEL.
And And now we get to see this one set off from the corners of Milta Power into the north point of Severny again. So I won't say it's too much of a difference considering the fact that the other flight path was cutting in from the corners of Primos. But if it does go into GECHEON, maybe it's a little bit more challenging for those who does drop early. For all the other teams, I think like they can kind of at least sell for areas like farm if they want like scattered loots for themselves, or even play it a little safer, extend it over on the Kameshki if they really want to.
Kameshki, Stauber, that's going to be pretty interesting. Also interesting if circle goes all the way there. We don't always get that kind of circle. Early fights, I'm wondering if we're going to see like a Milta early fight. I see DRS there, but maybe no challenges on this side. Not yet, that is.
And I'm just trying to spot out whether if there's going to be any heavy contest. I do see GEEKAY hanging out with a team inside of Yasnaya, so that could potentially be an early battle. Oh, here we go. It's going to be the Wolves up against another squad, and the zone will definitely show its presence around the other corner, and it is a battle between Alliance as they do get the first knock onto Highgords.
And Alliance, so far so good of a start. And they're going up against Wolves, who scored a second place finish. But a couple of them have weapons though. I believe it's, okay, I see a Mini 14, I see a pistol, and that's about it. But we shift over to Yasnaya. Now, GEEKAY, the moment we see them on screen now, it's only Mirzet and Kevin. The last two players for GEEKAY.
Yeah, this happened to home base for Team Flash for many seasons back in SEA. And of course, when regions clash, it will always be a little bit of a tough ordeal to just try to seal the scores in order to really make a stamp onto the destined city that they usually drop in. As for Team Flash, they drop into this same compound and they're on the low ground though, but if they were to swing upwards, it will be a very difficult fight. And considering the fact that they only got like SMGs for the moment, it's not going to be all too straightforward for Team Flash.
And both have been holding this name for quite a while now. Just trying to find the right moment. Decides not to again. Alright. I mean, he has the right to take his time. Let's see, will he actually toss it this time? Not yet. Patience game, it seems. But Alliance, no longer patient. They want to finish up the job against Wolves. And Mr. Alan will be gunned down though. But Alliance, they do have other players that can follow up right after. And Wolves becomes the first team to be eliminated.
It's quite unfortunate for Wolves. They didn't really find appropriate weapons as well. I think like the best was just a couple of pistols only. And finally the grenade gets popped from inside of Bows. And the floodgates are open. Team Flash! They just absolutely wiped out the remainders of GEEKAY. And it was only 2 members left. Wait a minute. He's carrying the box around.
Okay, this is a new way of taunting.
Yep. A brand new feature is like, hey guys, you want some of this? I don't think they got too many goods out there. Else he'll be looting already.
Why waste your bullets, right? Why waste your bullets or waste your molly or this sort of thing? Just carry the box around.
I wonder which dev decided, hey, you know what would be funny? Let's allow players to carry like all these dev boxes, right? So, yeah, kind of like it. Maybe we'll see more of this in PMGC. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. I think so as well. And can you imagine if it happens there? Because it's an offline setting. You do that.
Oh, you get the crowd roaring for sure.
Yeah.
It can go absolutely crazy. And yeah, I'm already trying to imagine how the arena is going to be like. But of course, we focus back onto this very moment. DRX directly in the center of the zone. And seemingly enough, the rest of the teams are still taking their time. I mean, after all, it's still phase 1. EARENA, they don't really have to do too much. They've done looting inside of hospital grounds. They might be looking for a fight, though, on the corners of South George. Whereas DRS, they are sending warning signals towards the side of Virtus Pro to negate their entry around this entire stretch of Milta. So I think that DRS is absolutely ready to at least find a couple of checkpoints to stop over. So ideally, do you think that DRS should take things slowly to enter the zone, or should they just, wing it, book the center, just like how certain teams do?
I think going directly to the center is not a bad idea too. We've seen that sort of strategy is like, okay, you just go to the center and then let everyone else at the side fight each other, and then you become the one that survives. Though they might lose opportunity to gain elimination points, but if their objective is just to like, okay, we want to be consistent enough and play some points are good enough for us, by all means, right? Because at this stage, let's all remember, it's not about getting like first place, second place, or third place. It's all about getting the top 16, and they're Gucci.
Yeah, and right now, they just gotta ensure that they end up with more than 65 points at the very least by the tail end of the run. Then they should be able to knock some of the teams coming in from Group A as well. Of course, with so many of all these stacked rosters who's in B as well as C, a lot of these teams are still finding it rather difficult in order to really gain just about enough. Now we see the great migration across the map. Alliance, after clearing out the entirety of Wolves, now have a lot of free space to work with. Meanwhile, DRS, they've been in the center, and this time, they're the ones trying to take the space up the hill up against the rest of WEIBO, who's already planted at the peak of Mount Gatka.
Yeah, Mount Gatka is still a decent spot with this first circle, so I guess it's okay for them to be up here. And plus, they'll be able to see other teams around, like DRX on the left, EARENA on the right. I was slightly surprised that even though EARENA, like they normally drop in South Jogopo, they don't go straight to this the top of the mountain when the circle is as such. I thought that they would have the best access and the fastest access, but maybe they're just trying out something new. Who knows?
Yeah, that might just be the case right now. And of course, planning yourself up there this early, you gotta also manage your resources for most part, especially when there's more teams rocking up the kill side. It does give them a little bit of a good view onto teams trying to move across. And we're gonna see a plane just swinging by. Beautiful view. Great job, Prot. I wonder what does it carry though.
I wonder where the circle will go to. Surely not the military base, unfortunately. Ah, okay. Goes to Gatka. So again, it justifies WEIBO Gaming taking the high ground. So that's all right. Now I'm looking at where is the next potential clash point. I don't think there will be any clash on the right side. Those teams are just traveling. It looks like a lot more teams trying to get the center, so I guess there could be a lot more fights in the middle.
Yeah, there definitely will be a little bit of a splatter going on. And THUNDERTALK notices that, hey, we are already late to the scene. There's SF right in front of them, and there's also DX shooting at SF at this very moment. THUNDERTALK, they do have a little bit of elevation if they want to get involved while members of the side of DX have been tagging onto SF. They could also choose to double down, but decides not to. AJ, he's going to see whether if he could basically spot Suncheer. Shin, on the other hand, it's just going to be looking for some opportunities. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Is Shin a newly added player to the list of DX?
He was a newly added player last season, but he didn't play in the professional league at all. So I guess he's a prospect for the future.
I see. Well, of course, speaking of prospects, it's going to be 6A securing 1 point so far as the rest of ASIA goes on a close quarter combat, and with the DBS, Casanova brings down Soup.
Oh, ASIA playing with 3 players this time, but still able to gain 2 elimination points. Not bad. WEIBO Gaming looks like they decided to come down from the mountain. And the next encounter is going to be against ASIA, the duo that has to do it against WEIBO Gaming now. While Team Flash, if you look on the minimap, they're just across. And same goes for another team, I believe. The other team is JPX. But the focus right now is on to WEIBO Gaming and ASIA. And WEIBO Gaming stopped by ASIA because one of the players is down.
Yeah, take a look at this. There's also Team Flash just trying to sneak in as well from the long angles. Zeus managing to pin one member down from the side of WEIBO. ASIA, they're forced to pop a bunch of smokes, and now K2 slowly crawling towards Order. I'm not quite sure whether if Order knows about this, but he's trying his level best to try to lob those grenades through, and there we go! The creep connects, and K2, they back another one. And this is what, 3 versus 4, and they're going to be stomping out the rest of WBG.
Oh, and looks like DRS is involved in a fight of their own against Skyforce elsewhere. WEIBO Gaming, from top of the mountain to the lower ground to back to the lobby. Unfortunately for them, becomes the next team to be eliminated at number 15 without any elimination points at all. Now DRS on screen. They rush in onto Skyforce. Skyforce now will try to challenge them back, and Skyforce eliminated by none other than Dario's soldiers.
Wow. Just very instant responses. This is a very, very aggressive maneuver coming out of the DRS. And now they got themselves a couple of hovercraft to also utilize. I believe one has already shattered, so we'll be looking for maybe opportunities to, of course, retrieve the other one. Form a barricade. Very useful when it comes down to the late game in Gatka. So we'll see if it does end up in the middle of the field for later on. As the rest of Virtus Pro, they were playing safely from the south side. They've already gathered 1 point so far. Ragun did a lot in the previous round. Diana was also the final member remaining. It was a very tough fight that they had to go through up against THUNDERTALK as well as eventually APG. And now, locked across them is going to be JPX. He's going to be sending that explosive crossbow. Explosive arrow right across just to signal a little warning. And JPX preemptively pops a smoke just to at least cover the tracks for the moment.
And your boys, Virtus Pro, being chilling right now, but JPX, are they sharing the same compound? Oh, not really. They are just across each other. So, yep, there's a road in between. Don't expect them to have this encounter right now. Maybe stage 4. We don't know yet, depending on where the circle will go. But as of stage 3, no encounter between them. Instead, it's going to be Alpha Gaming and Alliance across each other. 4-1, whoever he is, gets Doc. Okay, all these pseudo names. I wonder who 4-1 is.
Yeah, 4-1. And then we also got 60-42. I believe that to be K-Luke. Adik Luke.
Oh, 4-1. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. 4-1 is Adik Luke.
Okay.
60-42 is Olio.
Oh, okay. Yep. We finally got it figured out for Alliance. But I really do like how Jimmy is so creative, calling it Alliance Alhamdulillah. In short, Alhamdulillah. God bless us. Well, there we go. As Team Flash now having one enemy stuck right behind that quarter. He's trying to pin out those players coming in from the side of BG. The zone will shift, and now it benefits EARENA on the 2-2 split. But I say benefit, there's going to be a lot of teams that will be moving in from the south side. APG, they can still play towards the western corner, and they can afford to take it a little slower. As for the ones up north, who's playing over onto Mount Cactor, so they might want to start to make a move, but it's going to be Jimmy getting washed upon as the rest of Burmese GHOULS will trample them.
And DRS now needing to fight their way through still. Alliance in the reset. DRS 5 eliminations by now, but here comes Virtus Pro. They're willing to go from the outer side towards the side of the blue. They're taking out the members of DRS. The Cyclone is ready to take out one. Boston is currently down, but they will counter back onto Cyclone. Cyclone will be immediately eliminated just like that by Virtus Pro. The rest of DRS right now, we need to figure things out because the blue is closing as well.
Oh, it's gonna close in rather swiftly, and it does not really help Alliance in this moment. All for one will be left to dry out. Meanwhile, Casanova has two players coming from the side of JPX. He's got the beautiful angle, and Alpha is looking to tear through. There's just not so much of that area to work with, and Alliance chooses to just ditch the rest of the teammates, as this is going to be Olio full sending into the field, and we're seeing a big scrabble between DRS as well as APG. Can Frag run right through? Yes, he does. Takes down Refuse.
Oh, and DRS, they continue to survive, but they're not truly in the circle yet. They're out in the open, and they still need to block teams from coming in. That includes Virtus Pro on the other side. And XMPL will pin them down. Virtus Pro. They're sharing the same line of circle at this moment. As DRS will move in to collect another elimination point, taking out Zero just like that. East from the side will get Frank instead.
Oh, he spots his leg sticking out. So unfortunate for Frag. He's done so well in that skirmish, and now it is going to be pretty tough for DRS to really go for the revive example. He might be able to at least attempt for a rescue. He is now curling in those smokes. Ease. Now, timing the grenade. More attacks coming from the side of Rex as he does connect from one member of the side of DRX6A. And as we carry on, NEPx now getting bombarded, and it's so easy. That's going to be holding over onto the indoors. Couldn't really find the angles, and now the rush from the main will secure it. DRS only with another player right here. Those grenades falling very closely, not quite enough, not connecting. And now it's a desperate situation for the sole member of DRX.
Oh, and Domain coming in. He has to pull off a big clutch. We'll check on him later because right now DRS unfortunately out at number 11, but they score 8 elimination points, which is not bad for an 11th place finish. Now back onto DRX versus NEPx. Junbin out. That is it. And DRX is the next team to be eliminated.
And just like that, we're only left with 8 teams. It has been a very rowdy brawl right in the middle of the open, and there's barely enough cover for those who are planted over onto the outpost. Meanwhile, BG, they decided to look for a late entry. Virtus Pro, they got themselves into some big battles up against the side of DRS. And they also managed to best them. But DRS, it's been 8 points. Gotta, of course, maybe get another jersey to give them extra buffs. And perhaps that chicken will come eventually. Of course, more rounds to go. Team Flash, however, just by the edge of the zone, holding on to this compound. And there is still members of the side of NEPx that's going to be holding grenades after grenades towards their direction.
Ooh, this Nate really close. He's just right in front of Bo. Okay, he does have that corner to protect him from any further splash damage. Oh! Okay. Wait a second. Oh, did he not notice that the nade was right in front of him?
I think perhaps he did, but he doesn't seem like he has any other choice to really wiggle his way out, or not quite sure what really went on. Maybe he thought that it was a decoy smoke because there's been so many grenades already, and eventually he kind of tapped out. Speaking of grenades, ASI sends one towards the side of Virtus Pro. NEPx continues on the onslaught up against those members of Team Flash. SI8, they've been able to also rack in those 8 points. They won some convincing duels. And now, despite starting with 3 players, they still have 2 more to go. And they're doing so much damage. Imagine if they have 4.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. And even though they started with 3 players, but majority of the round they've been playing with 2, but still able to bring in that amount of eliminations, that is insane. But now will be one of their biggest challenge because they have 2 teams around them. That includes a Virtus Pro and also D Xavier. But everybody's playing the patience game right now. I guess just because the circle is still here. But okay, Virtus Pro, you want to clear off ASI8 now?
This is not an easy task. I mean, these 2 players have demolished a total of 2 squads already. You don't really want to go into the line of sight, and especially with DX also sharing that space, it's going to be the Savior now that stashes one away from the side of Virtus Pro. And now they're being a little bit more respectful. Molotovs now towards Casanova. More often than not, they could easily dodge it, having the entire compound to themselves. But Nate is going to be able to at least march into this fight up against both ERANGEL as well as BURMESE GHOULS, who's trying to squeeze their way on the northwestern corner of the map.
Oh, and circle will shift towards the compound area where we have 3 different teams. Okay, in the Kaka field. So the next big fight here will be EARENA and BURMESE GHOULS for sure. We have them on screen. One of the players of BURMESE GHOULS kind of low on health, and that's Mr. O2, the mysterious player of BURMESE GHOULS. Whereas for EARENA, now they're by the side, they can exit through the southern side because now BURMESE GHOULS, they seem to be distracted by NEPx.
It is going to be a very tough fight for the side of NEPx though. Meanwhile, I'm thinking what these players are trying to think as well. Are they going to just full send it directly into the center of the zone? Because very likely this will be the closure of those fights. But for some of the players, they are deciding to still help by the corners. One of the teams from Southeast Asia over in the far south. Well, it's been a long duel between Virtus Pro as well as ASI8. As much as they've been tossing those grenades, it's not exactly connecting onto ASI8, but it does flush the position, allowing Bastoni to get the knock.
Bastoni will go down with the follow-up from Claw. And that is NEPx currently dominating. So far, so good for NEPx. As they join into this compound fight. K2 from ASI8 right in the middle of all these teams. And spraying hard right now that all of them would distract each other so he can continue to survive.
And take a look at this. BURMESE GHOULS. Talk about the very far corner as well. Making their way past. The tension is brewing right now. EARENA gets a little glimpse of Ragoon. And I think from that outpost that EARENA is holding, they're going to be having a good time to try to spot some movements coming from both DX as well as Virtus Pro. Speaking of which, it's also BURMESE GHOULS now caught outskirts. Joker got angles for him to work with. This is just going to be so hard for BURMESE GHOULS to try to go in for the retreat. Down to the top 5. And BURMESE GHOULS, they're getting shredded apart.
And now here is NC2 tapping away into the smoke. BURMESE GHOULS, at least they're in the circle, so they can still buy a little bit more time. 40 more seconds before we see stage number 7 and where the circle will go. Majority of the teams in the compound area. But it will be interesting if the circle somehow moves away.
Probably so. If it goes north, I'm not too sure if BURMESE GHOULS could also hold on since they only have 2 members. If it goes further south, EARENA absolutely dominates this field because looking at this instance, not too many of these teams actually are equipped with vehicles parked around their territory. And now it's going to be Virtus Pro going for that full push, knowing that Claw is already on the ground. Precious now with the DBS. Can he find a clutch moment as he tries to take on Ragoon? Oh, Ragoon was way quicker.
Oh, Ragoon? Okay, there's somebody just right across him, I guess. Oh, okay, that's a fallen opponent. Right, there you go, Ragoon. And Cole Malloy was the one to lock in the elimination point, taking out Claw. Right. So now they have the entire compound for themselves. Xavier have been staying quiet, but now they will face a challenge by EARENA and they're ready for it. NC2 falls the moment he arrives. EARENA looks like this plan isn't working out for them.
Yeah, that full send didn't really fall according to the plan. Two members of EARENA currently limping, and Nate takes this opportunity. He's looking for the angles to once again secure those points. Lambo hugging about the corner of the wall. NC2 walks straight into the grenade. He's gonna be down and out. 30k won't be revived. Joker is just trying to stay afloat at this moment. There's still going to be one member from the side of EARENA holding by the outskirts, but Nate, he's just deterring the rest of BURMESE GHOULS from making an entry.
Oh, and looks like long-range spray here by everybody. Especially they need to try to cancel each other. It's going to be another open warfare. Here comes O2, not able to reach at all. Eliminated just like that. There goes BURMESE GHOULS at number 5. Top 4 teams now. Xavier, EARENA, Virtus.pro, and NEPx.
And Xavier is looking like the hot favorites right now with a man advantage. Everyone else is playing duo except for NEPx. We'll see whether if Domain can somehow squeeze into the top 2 and then fight for a chicken dinner. Well, Mayuzi just held right across the field. He's gonna be the furthest one away. But what if that zone pops towards the south once again? Even despite so, I think Xavier knows what exactly to do. And finally, we do get ourselves the update in a couple more seconds. Is it still going to be in the compounds?
It looks like it will still be at the compounds. Okay. To a certain extent, I was hoping that the circle actually pulls all the way down south, then all of them have to come out. Then that's where it will be really, really interesting. But okay, because it's still at the compound, so I guess maybe teams will still hold there.
And the fact of the matter is that as much as it is in the compounds, it's pulling in favor of Xavier. They really don't have to move. They just really have to hold on to this four-wall fortress. They also do have the angles up against Neuzi? Well, I'm starting to lose track of it. So, we'll see. As both SEA teams go toe-to-toe. And Neuzi doesn't seem like he's got much left. There's barely enough cover. He's just trying to survive right behind his vehicle. They're about to pop him up. And it's going to be Malloy that gets the knock instead. Okay. Does he secure it? It's Lambo that steals it away.
Oh, okay. Xavier, they have the man advantage now. 3 players versus 2 from Virtus.pro, EARENA 1, NEPx 1. But again, because stage 8 circles is as such, everybody will hold. I guess we will be seeing stage 9 for sure. I mean, that's only about 20 more seconds away. But when it comes to stage 9, the first one that will be forced to move is Virtus.pro because they're closest to the blue.
Yeah, and this is not going to be an easy task for them to push through. They can try to take on Joker, but what if Domain also finds that opportunity to also strike onto either Malloy or Ragoon over on the far corner? And we do have that zone closing right through. Maybe it could be a very cheeky play to try to play it over onto the open fields as well. We'll never know. But Levi's is the one watching the outskirts. So he's going to stash away some loot coming from the fallen players of EARENA. I wonder what does Levi's find? Oh, he found quite a number of frag grenades. That could be very handy in this final bout.
Okay, look at this. The blue will be on top of Domain. And it doesn't help that the fact that Xavier, they know where Domain is at. So I don't think he'll be able to survive this one. The only way that he can survive is probably if Virtus.pro distracts Xavier. Or maybe if Joker distracts Xavier, whoever it is. Because right now, okay, even Virtus.pro is looking at Domain. Oh man, this is about it. I guess he can deny himself. Yep, there you go. Not giving the point anyway to anyone.
Yeah, VP realistically are the only ones to try to challenge up against Xavier. As I do say that, it's Joke Joker making his presence felt. And now VP is only down with one member left.
And here comes the top two, Xavier. I mean, it's 3v1. So it's pretty straightforward here. Lamborghini sees his target, and Xavier will lock in the chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner to the boys, who normally drop from inside of Pachinki.
And there you have it, ladies and gents. Of course, hailed as one of the best in Southeast Asia, it's Dingo Saver here celebrating the chicken dinner. And of course, we've seen them celebrate their glory of lifting the PMSL Cups, and now we see their bright faces on our screen.
And Xavier, yep, again showing strength in their gameplay. And yesterday they did fairly well too, so I would say that Xavier, again, if the objective is to be in the top 16, they are surely going to be in the top 16. This time, 7 elimination points, so 17 points collected by Xavier in this round. But generally, right, Contra, if you kind of think about it, if a team scores a chicken dinner, and this is the general understanding, right? They are almost pretty much safe to be in top 60.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. So DX, they kind of relieve a lot of pressure from their shoulders right now with this massive victory. So all they really have to do is maintain maybe quite a number of points throughout the rest of rounds for them to safely get by. Because we'll never know. Maybe we will have all the other teams to also collect big points to kind of nullify the results that they did manage to acquire here with this chicken dinner. But Virtus Pro, once again, strong showing, but eventually it was the deterrence coming in from Joker of EARENA that did manage to secure a top 2 finish. And I saw Joker, he was holding that final grenade. Maybe he was looking to deny himself because he knows that there's too many members of DX inside the compound. That's too much to handle, but Saber still was quick enough to secure the killing blow.
Yeah, it was either he was trying to deny himself or he was ambitious to try to like lob a nade and get 2 of them, something like that, right? While they were rushing, imagine they rush in a straight line, you drop a short nade and then you get both of them. That would have been mind-blowing though if that happened.
Literally. And on top of that, ASI, I would say, is the most impressive out of many because they only play with 3 members and they still made it into the top 4. So, of course, kudos to them. And once again, we do make comparisons between 2 of these teams, both from SEA, one from Vietnam, one from Thailand, and EARENA. I thought that the push towards DX was so risky, and I felt that kind of costed them a whole bunch. If they didn't rush in on that very instance, maybe they might be able to survive with more members.
Oh, and MVP of the match. Oh, okay, interesting. Didn't come from any of our top 2 or top 3 teams. It's Casanova from ASIA. 4 eliminations and 926 damage. Ooh, interesting. Okay. But that's a whole lot of utilities used, Contra. 34 by a single player in a round.
34 utilities. Where on earth did he find 34 frags?
Wow.
Is the big question, right? Okay, he won out the first duel, and then after that, there's so many fights that take place by the corner of the compound. So I guess that he managed to replenish that many. I felt like he tossed out 2 to 3 teams worth of grenades, so to speak.
Yeah, that's like what? An average, okay, 34, you have molly, smokes, and grenades. You normally use more smokes and grenades, right? Imagine like, it's like maybe 10 of them, or maybe even more, like 15, and then maybe 2. I don't know what the number is, but yeah, if only you had to break down, I really want to dissect on like, how did he toss 34 utilities? That would be kind of interesting. But anyway, Xavier, 17 points, Virtus Pro 15, EARENA, ASIA 10 points. So that's a double-digit club, and we have THUNDERTALK Gaming, Sky Force, WEIBO Gaming, and WOLVES Esports, no points. So looking at the current states, last we checked Team Flash, they were at number 17, and they were only 4 points behind Alter Ego. So I guess they would have done enough.
I think it should just be enough. Of course, we'll let the results tally in a short moment. The reason why there's only 63 total eliminations is because SI8 was missing one member, and that's pretty much it. Massive improvements coming from ASI8, VP, as well as D-Saber, as they now emerge into the first page as they all line up. 5 position movement coming in from VP with 77 points. Meanwhile, D-Saber with the chicken dinner ties it together with Inner Circle.
Oh, and D-Saber, because of that chicken dinner, they move up 8 notches. That's probably the biggest leap in this round for a team. So again, because we are looking for the top 16, so whoever's on page number 1, they're generally okay. Oh, thanks production. So that's indicator that whoever who is 17 and below will be eliminated. Now, can't say much for Alter Ego because they're not playing today. So we can safely say that Alter Ego has been eliminated. But DRS, because they're still playing, they have a chance. Now, next team, Tianba, 56 points. They are not playing. So they could still be caught up.
Yeah, this is getting a little too flashy, I would say. Of course, anyone with epileptic problems, of course, do be warned. But let's read out the results just in case. BG with 49, 44 for EARENA, as well as WBG sitting with 40. Will be having just about, decent chances for them to bounce back up. I would even dare say NEPx will also have opportunities of their own. THUNDERTALK with 32. Do you think that is probably a chance they could still cut through?
Well, we will answer that after this break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the last ERANGEL today.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
we're going to be moving into our final ERANGEL match of this evening to conclude the groups. Of course, we still have 2 more Miramar rounds right after that. But Sir Cloud, those matches in ERANGEL were just a treat for all of us to witness. When we go down to the compound fight, it was the Savior that have been able to take charge, having all 4 players still intact till the very end of the game.
Yep, and it will be interesting to see if they can keep up the momentum coming up next. Of course, next is going to be the last ERANGEL of the group stages, and here is the updated top ERANGEL performers. We have ASI8, Vampire Esports, they're not playing today, but they're still here. BURMESE GHOULS, they're playing, and APG is playing. Now, ASI8, they've been very engaged with a lot of fights throughout the games that we have seen here today. And I guess with the fact that they have been, even though they've been engaged with a lot of fights, but they still have one of the top survival time among the other teams in ERANGEL. So let's see if they can finally nail it.
Yeah, and of course, we'll also take a glimpse at those who are still participating in this group. And out of the rounds that we've witnessed, BURMESE GHOULS have been really putting some great effort throughout those rounds. So I'm definitely fancying their opportunities, but DRS, they're on that borderline and they really have to fight hard. And if they leave chances into Miramar, there's going to be a lot of all these teams who are very proficient in that map. I'm not saying that DRS is less proficient or so, but I think this is definitely the best chance for DRS to maybe realign their strategy a little bit in order to at least keep themselves safe. Last round, they got a lot of frags, so all they really have to do is maintain the order. I kind of want to earn my DRS jersey, Sangin, if you are watching. Well, could you send me one as well? Or maybe one day we do meet up. So DRS, lock it in.
Okay, since this is the last ERANGEL for the group stage, I'm going to go with stats. Let's bring on ASI8. Let's go.
Ooh. I really do wonder, will they actually bring their 4th player on board, or are they still gonna run with 3 players? Because 3 players is already this proficient for ASI8. If you have the 4th man, I think chicken dinners are gonna be a plenty for ASI8.
Hey, I mean, we have seen teams scoring chicken dinners playing with 3 players, right?
Yeah.
So, let's bring it on, they say. Bring it on. That's how much faith I have for ASI8. So, put it on, ASI8. Prod, they're going for APG. They are big fanboys, but I know Prod is a big fanboy of DRS. But in order to score the prediction, they've been banking on APG. I noticed that.
Yeah, maybe I accidentally stole away that pick,
Yeah,
which is why,
true.
like, oh, he resulted like, okay, Contra took that, so they're just gonna go with APG, which is a decent call. I mean, take a look at APG. They did manage to, of course, close out the other round of ERANGEL. So that being said, though, there's just so many of all these teams that are just ready to brawl out. There were so many instances of what if, right? Like BURMESE GHOULS, they came a little bit late. They couldn't really find an entry throughout the compounds. EARENA had a chance, but they crashed directly towards the side of the X. I think like EARENA also does have good protocols set into place. At the very least, they're willing to take these kind of risks, but maybe this is the time to try to negate some of the risks involved.
Yeah, so let's see what they can come up with, right? This is the last ERANGEL, so let's see what kind of circle we're going to get as well. We haven't got our military base circle yet. The first circle was somewhere, it's also on the left side, and then the second ERANGEL also, oh no, the first ERANGEL was in Pachinki. The second ERANGEL was the left side circle around Gaka area. Third circle, it's time to bring in the military base.
I kind of like the way you think overall. So we'll see whether if this is in fact going to be in the melee base. So without further ado, let's dive right in. Very similar flight path as compared to the previous round, and I think like this actually would allow players to feel maybe a little bit more comfortable on how they should be traversing across the entire course of the battle.
And flight path. Okay, this looks kind of familiar. I guess at the early sites, we're not going to see fights. Okay, where did we see fights earlier? Okay, Yasnaya, there was a fight. Where else? Yeah, to the best of my memory, Yasnaya. I don't think anywhere else had an early fight.
There was a battle in Farm with Alliance as well as, was it WBG? Was it? No. It was Wolves right there. So, I guess it might just be the same story all over again. It settled rather quickly because Wolves did manage to pick up those weapons, but SF are the ones to also get themselves into the early fold this time against Wolves.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the farm fight here. This was one of the early fights in the previous round as well. Well, Alliance, let's see if they can continue their streak, but looks like we're going to get a mid-base circle, ladies and gentlemen. But Wolves, they fire back onto Alliance. Okay, let's focus onto this fight because right now, Wolves, only he got left and he's pretty low on health.
It is so tough. Does have the Scorpion in the end, and once again, the Lions demolishes the rest of Wolves Esports for the second time coming. This is looking rather worse for wear for the side of Wolves, especially after, getting a very great result coming in from the past round. And this time, crashing out like this, it's going to hurt their standings a lot.
Yeah, they are at number 17, so they are at risk. Though there's still rounds that they can still play and obviously play some points or collect points in general, but you don't want to leave it to the last game. It's going to be kind of scary by them because there are also other teams eyeing the top 16 spot.
And there's just so little room for error right now. As for the members of Skyforce, they're at least very safe with 67 points. For the moment, maintaining it will be of utmost importance. Whereas, I think they've done a tremendous job on gatekeeping certain teams on the early span of the moment. But other than that, haven't been able to really see SF really go too far ahead. And I think you've been quite the predictor as of late. You did talk about potential island ending to finish off ERANGEL, and you get what you asked for.
Yep, and I'm not complaining about this circle. It's going to be fun and exciting, especially at the bridge area. Right bridge, DRS is there. And that's a regular spot since they normally drop in Milta. So they can be the gatekeepers. But let's see if they want to gatekeep like on the main peninsula side or on the military base island side. Inside of Novo, we have two teams. Skyforce and GEEKAY. Okay, gonna be interesting. Especially with the fact that Nerzet used to be ex-teammates with some of the players from Skyforce.
Yeah, that definitely brews and a very interesting story between some of them. And there we go. Nerzet just had to wait, and just like that, he takes out Icy. Nice Cole, as he's going to be also looking for Riley with a potential nade. And that's going to be spotted by Kevin. And we're going to see just full-on commitment coming in for the side of GEEKAY to collect the other two players as well. Sanchez pretty far off, so I would say it will take a while. I mean, they're just wrapping around the port, so I think like it won't be all too straightforward. There's still opportunities for Skyforce to perhaps stash a point away if they're not careful enough.
Right, interesting enough that this fight is pretty chill for now. I thought they would want to like clear it off and focus on to getting into good spots within the circle, but especially for Skyforce, they're just playing by the edge, so they're not really pushing GEEKAY. GEEKAY knows that Skyforce is there, so they will just stay by the by the ocean side. And they have the entire space to loot. Skyforce is not really stopping them.
Nuh-uh. Skyforce? I guess what they could potentially look forward to is maybe set up a little bit of a camp over on the bridges. Meanwhile, Alpha on top of the hillside as they manage to spot the member of DRS, Cyclone. Just tries to find a certain point where he could at least come in with a certain exchange, but it's very difficult to flush Alpha Gaming from that position.
Well, I guess that would take a while since it's in the circle, so teams would teams have the choice to like take it nice and slow, which is fine and understandable. But DRS, what's interesting is that they actually made the cross across from Milta, and now they will play the gatekeeping role by the right side bridge. So whoever who wants to pass by might need to fight against DRS, but APG has something to say about that.
That was a perfect shot straight to the dome. And it's yet to be a conversion since they are all indoors. But he's trying to crawl his way out. Here comes the hovercraft. A couple tags already as Alpha Gaming hopes to shred this one off. Doesn't help that it's kind of difficult to park it nicely to keep the hovercraft safe, because whether if it's exposed to the people by the bridge when they cut across or towards APG, they could have bullets for days to just take out that vehicle. Meanwhile, Godless have been holding off for quite some time, and he trades back! And could this be a big turnaround for the side of SF?
And GEEKAY. Right now, Nirza has to heal up. And GEEKAY sends a molly to the second floor, but nobody's home. On the left side, it's going to be Godless. Godless goes up to the second floor. They're just playing chase by now. And by GEEKAY, they have a full squad. The moment they arrive on this building, they can just rush all the way up to the second floor and clear off Godless. But they also have Kevin on the ground floor. Godless is now trapped. He has nowhere to go.
Just biding time for the moment, but maybe if he does get a funnel, it might just result in something. But eventually, he will be taken off the list. And DRX now commits to a battle up against the rest of EARENA, and Newsy humility draws up the fight up against 6A, and now they're just lingering inside Primos as they have yet to settle the scores.
Oh yeah. And we're moving to stage 2. They are now about 1,500 meters away, and it's going to be further. And not only about the distance, but because it's military base, they have to find a way to get in. The bridge might be camped, especially with this kind of circle. Both sides can be camped. So JP is going to camp on the left. On the right is going to be DRS camping, and maybe even Team Flash. If you're a team inside of Primos still at this point, it's a lose-lose situation.
I think they just really have to wrap up the fight quickly and hope that there is a bold by the corner of Primos. Cuban's not going to allow that to happen, though, as the damage is good. They pin down Newsy. And Tony K. Almost say Tony K for a moment. Well, that's a different team right now. EARENA playing the long game. And ERX, they're wasting no time. They want to push right through. Some attacks. And the jump shot will connect. Coming from QXZ. And now Tony K tries to pull a revive.
And here is QX Triple Z still trying. On the left side, he will finish off NC2, but the other members of EARENA are waiting inside the building. But the longer they wait, I mean, I don't know what's going to come out of this. Probably both teams might be eliminated by the zone, not sure. But anyway, QX Triple Z moves in with the Micro Uzi. On the left side, there's one, but on the right side, Newsy waited for him. And he will be punished. That's going to be DRX eliminated by EARENA. Now, EARENA, they have to move quickly.
Wow, that was a beautiful cross-section play coming out of the members of EARENA. They dissected that fight. And suddenly, they're the ones taking charge right now. You may say it might be a little bit of the over-aggression being displayed. But Going back to the bridges, DRS, that you mentioned, they set up a camp, but they got spotted out by Team Flash instead, so one member gets taken out.
Oh, and now it's Zeus and Top. The last two players of Team Flash by the bridge, but it seems like DRS doesn't know that they're there. Anyway, on the main peninsula here, we have NEPx, we have D-Xavier as well. This area is not in the circle. Levi's from afar. We're trying to lock in a elimination point. Same goes for Shin as well. He's moving forward. And he was then nades across. Nate from the other side. Looks like NEPx, they are surrounded by Domain. Got Nate from the other side.
Ooh, this is just gonna be a tough one. Oh, he pops out and just in the nick of time. He lands a perfect blow over on the Shin. NEPx now having Domain to full send right into the corner. And he will be able to find more and more of these members of DX. And they will look to close out the fight, but there's still Levi's trying to puncture through. He does actually connect the grenade onto Rex.
And Circle will continue to shift again. Look at the amount of teams still in the main peninsula. That is insane. How far will the Circle go? Moves towards the left side. JPX and Alliance in the circle. Everyone else is on the outside.
Wow. It is just so difficult. Majority of all these players, they're just soaking in damage without even getting into battle, and this is just absolutely concerning. Have to see NEPx. They're trying to conclude the fight. I don't think there's going to be much of the opportunity to really make a firm entry into the zone, which is why we're seeing this level of commitment for all these players on board to finish off what they started. But Levi's still holding firm. A couple of shots now let loose. And there we go for this pro. We'll catch one member off the side of BURMESE goals.
And Virtus Pro, they have to make it quick as well. Stage 3. Yes, they still have a decent amount of healing utilities, but they have to consider also if they are blocked at the bridge by any team that could be there still. On the elimination feed, APG in a fight with Alliance, it seems. And that's the fight inside of Mutant Base itself. NEPx still caught on the outside. Domain 1 first aid, Rex 3 first aids. I don't know how long more will they be here.
As long as they could take out Levi's. And even more action on the other side of the screen. WEIBO gets one. Alliance gets another. The nades falling very closely, and now Levi's, he sees his opportunity, he swings! Didn't really catch it. Get it in return.
Well, that's D-Xavier out. Now we still have a lot of teams on the main peninsula. One of them is going to be Virtus Pro. Still around the area of farm, and I wonder how they're going to cut across this bridge, because the bridge has other teams, including THUNDERTALK Gaming. In Military Base itself, looks like Alliance won against APG, and now they will have the entire Military Base for themselves.
Oh, such a struggle. Just take a look at the list of teams who are in the blue right now. And even those who are in the island, they're kind of left with only few players already. So ASI down to 1. And APG still has 2 somehow written on the list. As for JPX as well as GEEKAY, they're feeling rather alright. Casanova somehow haven't been spotted out, but Sporter is on top. I don't think he actually checked the scaffolding, or he's just more concerned of teams driving in. And take a look at the hold coming from JPX. I kind of like the position. 2-2 split formation, and they're guarding the bridge. There's still BG as well as EARENA that has yet to pass. WEIBO Gaming, can they make it their way through?
Oh man, and we're talking about like what, stage 4 now? The zone's definitely hurting. We have a whole bunch of teams still spending time in the blue. The JPX, they're still going to play the gatekeeping role on this high ground for now. But it looks like they are starting to decide on like, okay guys, let's just move into the circle instead. Let's just play from the inside. WEIBO Gaming Sook will fall to the zone. Back onto the left side bridge. It's WEIBO Gaming, and they are now being held down by JPX.
JPX. So far, just got the bird's eye view. Easy pickings for them. They will be farming all these massive points. And there's really no realistic teams that could eventually stop them on this current pursuit. So far, 2 secured from the side of Kakao. We'll see. EARENA, they're still winning. They know it's not going to be an easy task for them to get by. But they still have to try. So, of course, ensure that the coast is clear for now.
Oh, and Sporta, did he get it? There, he got it. And then this is where the zone will start to eliminate the players. Yep, there you go. Another one out to the zone. NEPx, they seem to manage to step away from the blue. And coming into the circle from the right side, there's another team that will come in towards Alliance. And it looks like Alliance, they have their own spot. It almost feels like a deja vu from the previous round. It's like, okay, somewhat of an urban area. Everybody has their own spot. This is a time where everybody starts to chill and just take care of their own territory.
Yeah. There we go. Virtus Pro will sense it into the space, but it's going to be GEEKAY that's been on the watch by the hangar. And they spot out the entirety of VP. Oh, this is devastating. They're going to be sending more of these members to also take charge. Despite Nerzet losing 2 tires, he have arrived safely.
Managed to get in at least and managed to cross the road. Oh, but here's Kevin. Kevin passing by. Virtus Pro. Malloy will fall to the hands of Doc. And Malloy eliminated by SAFG. Looks like a point stolen away by GEEKAY. And GEEKAY right now, right in the middle of all these other amazing teams, they will need to take care of their backs before any other team might choose to rush in.
We gotta first settle this quickly before, like you said, those other teams come into the picture. And it is looking absolutely dire. NEPx did manage to actually get the revives done. GEEKAY now, up close and personal. Oh, Diana! Diana did manage to get the knock, and somehow it's Doc that secures the knockdown instead. That is the end for Virtus Pro. The battle continues on. The 2 members of APG are still rather elusive. Doc, planted high on top of that tower, might need to scale down because that zone is not going to cover him by the tower. As for GPX, they've already farmed just about enough. It's time for them to also be part of the action. NEPx as well as THUNDERTALK, they're going to be looking to secure the center of the space, but they're racing against each other, so we might actually see a fight break loose between Naked Dive as well as Domain.
Yes, it's a 1v1 for now, but CT is going to join in on the fight. So, Domain, now he has to deal with the 2 players from THUNDERTALK Gaming. And they're sending the numbers towards Domain, and with the numbers, they have strength. And when they have strength, they win the fight.
I like the way you put it. They definitely look like one of the stronger teams on board right now with 3 members still intact. Most of the other teams are either duos. Alliance only has 1 left. At Alliance, they did actually get themselves 7 points so far. And look at the rest of the quarters. It seems like there's just a lot of all these other areas that these teams really have to consider to really hide out for the moment. Melee base is always super technical to play out because there's that open field just like Gatka. Just that it does provide you with some scattered cover from Huron. I mean, everywhere across the field. K1 with WEIBO pinning out those members of JPX, and I think that it's not only just them trying to dissect the fight. Team Flash also wants to get involved.
Oh, but look at this from afar tops. Got Hollywood. Crazy went down as well. 2 teams actually shot at the same direction. And WEIBO Gaming making a showing. Now they want to secure the elimination point. This player lobbing that nade. Okay, alright. For a moment there, I thought he was stuck. Right? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Good for the moment. Hollywood. Oh, he's crawling right at this moment. Will eventually bleed out, and that point still goes over onto Team Flash. This is going to be their 5th point so far. Sporta now on top of the wings. Still not really getting the best of position to really take on K1. A lot of back and forth grenades between the two, and finally Sporta does land it though. Oh boy. Now WEIBO tries to rush up ahead. Sporta tries to claim the point before the other player does go in for the revive. And he knows exactly where he's at. The grenades now being charged from both directions. Let's see who's going to be able to get it. Oh, the tag. And now Sporta flushes his position. And just like that, they shut out WEIBO Gaming.
And now we're down to the top 6 teams. Everybody's in the circle for now. But the circle will shift. And where will it go? Goes all the way to the left side. GEEKAY, Team Flash, and Doc in the circle. So it's going to be interesting on how 6042, aka Oleo, is going to survive this one because THUNDERTALK Gaming is in front of him. And if they don't move, he has to win fights before he can come in.
Yeah, he really needs to do so. GEEKAY will shut the doors on APG, and now into the top 5 we go. GEEKAY has such a solid position to really play this one out. Meanwhile, looking around the edges, it is quite the daunting task for the rest of them to cut around the corners. And just side by side, AJ definitely knows he's out there. This Molotov should do the trick. Oh, he might be able to zip out of it. And just like that, AJ secures it.
Nice peek there. I love how he kind of like just peek and then he got that shot. It's like just beautiful. It was just so seamless. Great one by RJ. Now, time for THUNDERTALK Gaming to just move into the circle unchallenged. They should have their own spot by the right side of the circle. I guess next, it would depend on where the circle will shift now. The team that would still probably get the circle is going to be GEEKAY. But Sapji, he found Neko Dive. Ooh. Is the teammate together with him? Oh, no.
No.
He's not. So they have to turn back up.
He might even consider ditching his teammate. But when you have a squad strength of 3, it is also better to actually go in for the save. But it's very susceptible for GEEKAY to really lock onto their position as well by doing so. At least Ajay has the vehicle to do just that. Take a look at Ting's position. See, Ting has such a cheeky angle to work with, but the problem for THUNDERTALK is that they're slowly running out of space. They're coming by the corner. GEEKAY, they got so much work to do sitting directly at the middle, and they're already on this rampage with 10 points.
And that's the next team out. Top 3 now. THUNDERTALK Gaming, GEEKAY, and Team Flash. Pretty equal if you look at the numbers. 3v2v2. But because we only at stage 6, we have stage 7 coming up soon. It will depend on who gets the next phase of the circle. Very likely GEEKAY will get the circle since they're somewhere in the middle. As hardship as the circle might go, they will still get it somehow.
Yeah, and the thing about GEEKAY is that they're running low on resources. If you take a look, they still have 5 more frag grenades that they can put to good use to try to defend their ground in the center. But for THUNDERTALK, they got plenty of stock still left to play this one out. The only problem is, how do they actually get anywhere closer towards the side of GEEKAY? Team Flash being very silent. They're gonna wait for that big update. And at the very least, Team Flash, they're still within the zone, but not so much for THUNDERTALK, who needs to reposition right now.
Oh, and THUNDERTALK. Pressure's on them right now on how they're going to overcome this circle. And do they have enough space? Somewhat, yes, but it's going to be kind of hard because they not only have to deal with GEEKAY, but they also have to be aware of Team Flash as well. But I don't know. They might need to take a stance here. Like, okay, pick a team that they can just crash in and try to win. Oh, okay. So they have a mortar. If they can hit the mortar, GK, then cool. Then they can straight go into the middle.
Ooh, it's slightly right side of center though. That might actually alarm the rest of these members of GEEKAY. He's trying to see where they can also send it to Team Flash. Well, Top's better prepared for this one. Not gonna be all too easy for them to really spot each other out just yet. AJ does have the hovercraft. He's gonna try to bait some shots, but instead it is Seating that receive some damage coming across. There's a little bit of a standstill. Zeus, AUG as well as DBS on setup. Level 3 hit here. Definitely very handy in this late game fight, but Neko dive. He's got such a great hit rate round after round. He's always been the main marker, and he finally struck down a member of GEEKAY.
I know, right? And because of that hit, now they can straight go into the middle and clear off that middle portion of the map, and now they will get control of the circle. THUNDERTALK Gaming, just like that. Now they have one more team to deal with. Can they finally wrap up their chicken dinner? Tops and Zeus, the duo that has to do it against THUNDERTALK Gaming. We still have stage 8 circle though. They fire back, and that means that they expose their position to THUNDERTALK Gaming.
Oh, this is gonna be pretty rough. Now they're just playing by the barrels, and the barrels might just be good enough for them to hide out. But remember this, THUNDERTALK still have plenty of grenades to keep tossing at Team Flash until they bow out. So it's a matter of time. Zeus now trying to spray over on the AJ, and they do get a knock on the Neko.
And it's a 1v2 now. It's gonna be Tops against the world. And here comes Tops, he gets AJ! One more to go! It's a 1v1 right now, it could be anyone's game. Team Flash and THUNDERTALK Gaming. But then again, Nick could dive. He's being picked up, but being nated down back again by Tops. Down back to a 1v1, Sitting versus Tops.
Oh boy. Now, it is just down to the wire in this 1 versus 1. Zeus relaying all the information that he needs. He's thinking of going for the rescue, and Tops was given just about enough area to try to do exactly the same as he goes for a pickup. But he lobs in the grenade, and that forces Tops to scramble for space. Great preemptive measure come from Seating. And I've mentioned about this time and time again, and this time it's THUNDERTALK taking the win.
THUNDERTALK Gaming did not let go of their opening into GEEKAY and then onto Team Flash. THUNDERTALK Gaming, what a gameplay they have shown. This is solid gameplay by the PEL team.
This absolute perfection displayed by THUNDERTALK. And with this chicken dinner, I think this is now very feasible when it comes down to the rounds in Miramar. A 28 point finish for TT, and a majority of all these damage was, of course, coming in from AJ, but Seating absolutely clutched it towards the tail end.
Oh yeah, but we also have to give it with the fact that Nikodai did the most important opening against the GEEKAY. Without his opening, THUNDERTALK Gaming wouldn't have been able to rush into the middle, and then they take center point. So I would say if it was me, right, putting aside like stats, right, I would give the MVP to Nikodai just because of that move.
Yeah, I definitely think that he has done so much in this round. And it is just a big team effort coming out of all these players out there. So kudos to THUNDERTALK. They have been able to navigate one of the hardest map played out throughout the group stages. So with that said, GEEKAY coming in from, of course, Saudi, they've been really taking the best area of play, and they've been able to farm plenty of elimination points being in the direct center.
Yep. And that's why they are up here, even though they went out before Team Flash. So it's all about the points at the end of the day. So that's fine for them to be there. Now our top two teams are THUNDERTALK Gaming and Team Flash, 8 eliminations and 6 eliminations respectively. Interesting enough, if we look at the numbers, Team Flash, they did 1,500 damage, but 6 eliminations. On the other hand, THUNDERTALK Gaming, much more efficient, 1,000 plus damage, but 8 eliminations.
Yeah, and I would say that it was just precise measurements being taken from the side of THUNDERTALK. While Team Flash, they had many of all these hull coming in from the North Point. And take a look at the damage output coming from Zeus. It is 3 eliminations only, but the damage output could have actually gotten him. Maybe it's about 7 or even 8. So, of course, we definitely want to see more out of Team Flash as they battle their way to the Grand Finals.
Okay, that means he did a lot of work for the team. So gotta give it to him. But other top performers, so we have Mirzet with 4 eliminations, Zeus with 3, 6042 AK Oleo with 3, and Ajay with 3. Alright. So these are based on like just pure eliminations. Even like Mirzet, it's only 4. So you can imagine how many players actually went out to the zone.
Oh, plenty. A lot of them were just spending time, even in Phase 4, we are still seeing like a lot of all these players scrambling for space, and they still could not really get by. So that's it. Take a look at this. At least they were getting themselves into most of these battles. Wolves at least at 1 point alongside with DRX. DRS, however, shares 2 points together alongside with ASI the Savior, and it's been some big numbers coming in from the top 5 at the very least, with even JPX, who was farming onto that far western bridge in order to secure a total of 8 points.
And okay, interesting enough, it's still 62 total eliminations. I thought that it would have been like 50 something, considering that a lot of teams probably went out to, or a lot of players actually went out to the zone. But maybe it's not like the zone actually took them out, but it's like the split, like, okay, one player gets like 1 elimination or 2 eliminations, something like that. Then it becomes like well spread out. That's why we only see like the top eliminator is only 4.
Yeah, that could very well be the case, right? So ASI8, they now race up against Vampire Esports as they now tie with Papara Supermassive. And so far, Alliance, they are still holding on to the solid spot onto the front page, and this time climbs up 3 spots. GEEKAY with a top 4 finish right now ties the knot with the Savior. And now take a look at this. It hasn't been too much of a shift. Tianba is now the one shifting downwards because there is that massive climb coming from APG as well as, well, I actually wanted to say Team Flash. Wolves, they now get the tie alongside with Tianba. They might actually just knock one of the finalists of PL out of the list.
Yeah, they're only 2 points, make that 4 points behind DRS, who is still playing. And we have 2 more rounds, 4 points. Surely DRS can do it. And maybe not only DRS, maybe even THUNDERTALK Gaming, after scoring that chicken dinner, now they have 50 points. So they're also knocking on the door to be in the top 16. And we have also like BURMESE Ghost, who's also playing. EARENA is playing as well today. There's still a lot of opportunity for page 3 teams to climb up to the top 16. So that's something for us to look at as we approach the next game, which will be played inside of Miramar. But as usual, before we head on to Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this for Game 5. we are now done with the ERANGEL matches. We are moving to the last two MIRAMAR matches for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. And we're still here with you as your storytellers. My name is Circle together with Contra. And we just saw THUNDERTALK Gaming came off a chicken dinner.
Yeah, that was a beautiful execution. Down to a 1-versus-1 brawl, though. So, of course, we have to also give it up to Team Flash for also putting up quite the fight towards the tail end. Now, going into Miramar, things are about to heat up. Only 2 more chances for these teams to qualify to the finals. And these have been your top Miramar performers, and majority of these teams are actually coming in from Group A. And I guess it's good news for these 2 groups who are playing right now, where they finally do get a little bit more of a chance to shine, so to speak. And Loops, take a look at their results. They basically top almost all of the records in that map alone.
Well, that's not helping us to guide our potential prediction.
Right.
And now we don't know who from Group B and C is actually good at this map, based on stats at least. But a final refresh on whoever who's at Group B and C. In case some of you are wondering, like, oh, where's my favorite team, like Inner Circle, for example. They are in Group A, so they will be back again tomorrow for the finals if they qualify, but I'm sure they will. Prediction time. Contra, come on, you gotta get that 0 off the mark.
Such a difficult map to really take a guess on. I'll let you go first. I'm gonna follow up on this because I really gotta think. I got a few in mind, but do I want to go for a current performing team, or do I want to go for something else?
Okay, what's the 2? What's the 2 that you have?
I kind of have ASI in mind.
Okay.
I also do have EARENA in mind.
Okay, let me help you out.
Okay.
I will pick EARENA. Let's go.
Okay. If that's the case, THUNDERTALK's in the really good. You know what? I'm going for Team Flash.
What? Hey, you scam. Okay. What is this nonsense? What nonsense is this? You don't put out 2.
Have this gut
I help
feeling.
you by picking one, and you pick another one. What is this?
I baited you. That's what it is.
Production will pick ASI in. Okay, now I hope production gets it right. I hope production gets ASI in. I'm rooting for ASI in just because, so that you regret your decision.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Go take it. There's still another round of Miramar. So, okay. Enough arguing.
Change.
This is good enough.
I don't want to see you anymore. Change.
It's okay. You can castle again if you don't want to see me anymore.
You scam.
Too late. Too late.
Scammer.
Too late. Yep. Well, maybe next round. We'll see. So, yeah. Big reactions. And now, it's about time to dive into the penultimate round here in the group stage of Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So, Sir Cloud, what's it gonna be?
Mom says don't talk to scammers.
My mom's not around. My mom didn't say that.
I'll text my mom now. Mom,
I'm
do?
I'm the one telling my mom not to talk to scammers, because nowadays there's a lot of those scam phone calls, and she picks everything up and it's like, oh, okay, this fella's nice. And I don't know, hopefully she didn't lose thousands. Can't check the bank account anyways.
Public service announcement to everyone out there. Don't talk to scammers.
Yeah. Anyways, flight path starts from Los Higos into the corners of El Azahar. So this is a very Southern-centric kind of pattern that we're looking at. And Virtus Pro, they hop off right over onto those quarters. And, for the past 2 matches, Wolves, they got punished very, very early. I hope they don't get punished again, as they're going to be moving into the direction of Chumacera Half of the squad is Valdemar. I'm not sure about this wish-washy 50-50 because if they move into Chimacera, it's a tough fight up against APG.
Okay. I see ASI8. They're in Lost Lowness. They are my focus team this round. I just wanted them to do well. Anyway, Skyforce. Here we go. Early fight here against... Is that DRS? It could be DRS, no. Oh, it's NEPx. Okay, Rex all alone here. His teammate is behind that Precious, but unfortunately Precious is not able to follow up in time.
Nuh-uh. Oh, that was a very, very difficult fight for him to really play that one out. And now NEPx having Precious to just try to draw an exchange. It's not going to be all too easy. He's only got the Scar L, but he does actually make it work. He peeks through the window. And he's got the grenade in hand. If SF is not careful, they might all go down. And now Precious really playing it out to perfection so far. With the rest of the members also coming right in. Claw has also chimed in. And this sets it up perfectly. That grenade drops right through. And now it's only down to Godless. The bait and switch. Immaculate. And now Godless. He needs to now turn the tides around.
Oh, okay. Are we talking about a big clutch here by Precious? Okay, Claw comes in. Claw receives damage, and Claw is the one that landed the final blow on the Godless. It is NEPx with a big comeback against Skyforce.
Wow. Insane fight to kickstart our Miramar run. And NEPx is not an easy team to just simply be pushed and shoved around. Claw, that final tag was so beautiful. You see that he was trying to compose himself to try to align the shots. And if anything goes down, there's still one member of NEPx to be able to cover ground as well. So that actually worked out perfectly.
Yeah, but you know what? Because of that, Skyforce, they are still outside of the top 16. So now they are running... Oh, wait a second. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. The 17 that we see here on screen on the right side bar, that's the 17 now. I need to fact check that.
Right.
Are they in the top 16?
Yeah, they should be about 13, 14 right at this moment for SF.
Oh yeah, they are 13. Okay. But that doesn't mean that they cannot be pushed out.
Yeah, there's definitely possibilities. As you take a look at, teams like DRS as well as Wolves, you will expect them to also eventually hit 60-pointer margin. The question is it within this round or is it going to be the next one?
Yeah, so they kind of need to also hope that the teams below them don't really perform. Or maybe those... okay, in general, they have to hope for like the number 17 onwards teams don't have a surge of performance. Yeah. But okay, they could still make it, but I think it's going to be borderline. But if a whole bunch of them have a surge of performance, then they could be pushed out. So there's a slight percentage that they could miss out on the finals.
Oh boy, I don't like the thought of that. But overall, I think they just need to do much better. So that's it, though. We're looking at ASI8 playing with a little bit of doors. Usually they do drop inside Lost Leo. So they got a lot of space to work with, plenty of loots. While the rest of Wolves are kind of on the front right now, up against those members of WBG who's playing by the water tanks on top of Monty and Evo. A little bit of 50-50 split, and I'm not the biggest fan of dropping on top of the water tanks because of the lack of loot, but usually there is a factory right below it where teams usually pay a visit. So there's definitely just about enough to stock by, since in the esports mode, usually there is also, addition of loot drop rates, so to speak. WEIBO Gaming now might be looking to really set something huge up against those who are inside of the city. For the meantime,
is expecting this push, and D Savior try to play D coin to see eventually if K9 will fall bait to it.
Oh, I'm rooting for ASI8. Let's go. Oh no. Never mind about that. But hey, doesn't mean that they can't make a comeback, people. Still 3 players from ASI8, and they will trade back 1 by taking out Levi's. Mr. Birdman. I believe this is the first time we're seeing Birdman.
I think so too. Or did somebody just decided to, randomly change names halfway through? No clue. But hey, here we go. As we will have Bird just cutting it right across. I believe the X have heard those footsteps. So it's going to be a separated fight. Shin needing to also take guard, so they will turn attention onto Bird. More members of ASI and also opts to close right in. So great decision making coming from the side of Toronto. So we'll see if this nade actually falls through. Oh, he leaps out of the window just in the nick of time.
Oh, wow. That was absolute cinema.
Oh, it is.
But we're not over yet though. The chase is still happening. But somehow knows that Mollet, his own teammate Ragnarok. Okay, interesting. Anyway, we'll check back on that later because right now the zone is closing in onto both ASI8 and D Xavier. Oh, Lamborghini's on the other side. He's cooking up this nade. He will lob it cross. Does not really connect. But now D Xavier has ASI8 all clumped in into one building.
Oh boy. It's gonna be a big brawl right now. Casanova needs to heal up as quick as he can. Stage 1 doesn't hurt too much just yet. We're also seeing WEIBO having another member hitting themselves. Meanwhile, Lambo comes with a swing and walks right into the Molotov as he burns for the moment.
I know Lambo's pretty hot, but not that kind. Oh, also Team Flash is getting involved as well, and looks like ASI will win this fight. But they are not out of it yet, because Team Flash is around the corner as well. But pushing forward to Alliance, around the area of broader treatment. And they'll be going up against GEEKAY, which is right below of PHALANX, aka Leon's.
Now we finally figure out these names. Out of the many Alliance members that always switches names, Leon's is usually the one that I usually miss out because sometimes they play with the other set of players instead. They do frequently change, like their usual 4-man roster, 5-man roster. And ever since ASI won that duel, I thought that Team Flash would look to close in, but it doesn't seem like that was the case.
Oh, but QX Triple Z got one target. But back onto Lost Learners though. Standoff, 1,600 meters away, stage 2. Not looking good for either side.
Nuh-uh. They are being put on this stiff chokehold, unable to really move out, as they're both suffocating. Meanwhile, APG versus DRX might be quite interesting, but we're only seeing APG zooming towards their corner. So it's not going to be all too much of a big fight that's going to be breaking loose just yet out of the two. Meanwhile, back towards the side of ASI. They finally get struck down by Toms the moment that they decide to leave that area.
Oh, and looks like Team Flash. So far, so good. They have the winning edge now against ASI8. And Win sends a nade across onto Casanova. Casanova, 50% of health left. Pinned down to a corner. Casanova is now in trouble. He does not have an exit. I mean, even if he goes on foot behind this building, there's no vehicle for him to easily go off.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck at this moment. So he has to just fight it all out. What a choice. The grenade drops very, very closely, though.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh! Casanova gets win, but both followed up. And that is it for ASI8. Number 14, 3 elimination points. Oh well, I guess ASI8 can try again next round.
A really tough scenario. Thought that ASI would be able to do more. But hey, that was a very, very gruesome fight that they had. And now we do see the zone shifting further up the hillside over on to corners of Power Grid, outskirts of St. Martin. And look at them go. There's THUNDERTALK, there's BURMESE GHOULS, Alliance, GEEKAY, as well as NEPx, all bunched together over the North Point.
And we have a couple of teams here very close to each other at the north. But nobody's willing to take engagements yet. Maybe BURMESE GHOULS against Alliance, as they will be playing on the inner side, so they can play the gatekeeping role. On the elimination feed, APG and DRX in the fight. Here we have them on screen. Just on the outside of Picado. And he's trying to locate his opponent, but the terrain is just not doing him any favors.
So tough. So tough. And now, Alpha Gaming pushes straight through, gets a glimpse. Not enough to actually catch on to Hyunbin. Zyle tries another way around. What Ragoon? He walks into this trap in between the full of the battles and the rest of Virtus Pro. Turn tails to run. But how far can they go? They're aiming for the tires. That tire might actually be popped by Doc. At least they have definitely made a smarter decision not to really overcommit.
And look at the snake being cooked up by Zul. Is it going to reach? Wow, that's quite a far nade. Not bad. And it did force Hyunbin to move, but no damage on the Hyunbin at all. But he's opening up the side, and now he will manage to breach through. He gets Hyunbin. One more to go right in front of him, but East receives damage. He has to back off right now. Repositions himself. Boston got him instead, and looks like Virtus Pro did DRX a bit of a favor.
Just a little bit for now. Virtus Pro now looks to recommit. And oh, the toss-up grenade coming from Zyle! Finds him. And Virtus Pro now pushes over Zyle alone. Can he actually hold on? Barely surviving. They just absolutely overpower him, but just trampling through. 2 points already for Virtus Pro, but the trades comes back from the top side of the hill. Doc from the coverage. A tad too late for a save, but still great attempt to really relieve some pressure from the side of Virtus Pro.
Oh, and WEIBO Gaming now dominating with 5 elimination points, doing not too bad. Alpha Gaming, on the other hand, okay, they need to save one of their teammates, but DRS is also here. Circle shifts. And part of the circle is the high ground where THUNDERTALK Gaming is at. That is a prime position, I must say. And the other prime position would be where BURMESE GHOULS is at. So those two hot spots right now, occupied by teams. I wonder if any team would want to challenge them for that.
Yeah, the question is it good to be there early, or is it better to try to challenge much later on? Because you definitely know that there will be a lot of attention being drawn up the hillside. NEPx, they started off strong, but they only walk away with 4 points this time. They were a little late to join into the fold. Meanwhile, EARENA, taking their sweet time. Take a look at the insides of the power grid. There's JPX still waiting by the corner, so I'm not quite sure whether if EARENA wants to settle the fight first, or do they really want to prioritize the zone? They have to make a firm decision right now.
But WEIBO Gaming, they have the high ground advantage. But it's going to be a tough place to navigate. But it's okay. They can keep themselves away from their opponents. But it will be interesting to see once the circle shifts away from that area. We'll check back on them later, because right now in the south, it's Team Flash trying to breach through APG. But first they have to deal with Cyclone. Well, it looks like Sakura did Team Flash a bit of a favor, and Cyclone eliminated.
Oh boy. This is a very sticky situation right now. And somehow the shot did actually connect to his bows. EARENA looking very sharp this game. As Zyle finally finds the remainder of those members of Virtus Pro. Team Flash skilling over on the other corner, and the exchange of nades are dropping Malloy very, very low. He's definitely going to prioritize on saving Diana at the moment. Team Flash, they were peeking over on the top side, and now they get to at least punish APG as Bo secures that knock. It's Tops to finish the job.
Tops looking for one more, and looks like the other player, APG, managed to get away just in time. Zero's at the time around. Let's see, Win can actually get it, but nah, he's just too far, and he does have a vehicle, so it gives him enough protection to stay away from the Danger Boys.
Danger Boys. Oh, kind of like the way you put it.
I love my boys dangerous.
Never knew you loved boys.
I can explain. I mean...
Okay.
I mean,
Say no more. Say no more.
If these players are dangerous, they are exciting to watch.
It doesn't make it better the way you put it.
Never mind. Yeah, never mind. I will stop here.
Okay, yeah. You said enough. You said enough. Okay, so we carry on. Diana somehow still surviving. Question is how long. I think Virtus Pro, they committed for very, very long. And with this early movement into the edge of the zone, this actually benefits them by trying to form a certain gatekeep onto Team Flash. And EARENA, they finally settle this dust over onto what went on by Power Grid.
Oh.
And they're looking for their own entry as well. Lions now toss with those grenades, dangerously low for Leo. Tries to respawn up against JPX. They're slowly scaling up, and this is an opportunity.
He didn't have the time to heal up, unfortunately. Oh man, the JPX took away his area. There's nothing much that his other teammates can do because they didn't have him at their line of sight. Virtus Pro now trying to take over this shack. And Diana shows up with an SLK. Immediately getting that one knock. And GEEKAY eSports out.
Ooh. Yeah, such a great round back in ERANGEL though. This time, it is just a very tough space. I mean, you gotta consider the terrain. Other than this hill, there's really no proper cover for many other teams. So Lions, they're not gonna ever give way to these players. They're gonna have to fight again up against JPX. It's not so easy though. We've seen what these players are capable of. And overall, it is just going to be a steep climb to really retake the position. They don't want to risk it for the moment. The Lions have already lost out on Holland, aka Leon's. And JPX now gets their eyes onto both EARENA as well as Burmese GHOULS, who's defensively covering themselves in the compact.
Ooh, at this area, look at this. All these teams stacked up on the right side of the circle. There's a chance that stage 6 circle will move away from this area. And imagine all these teams have to move all together. It will be super chaotic by then.
It's so tough to really figure it out if you're going to be late to the scene. Zyle continues on the fight up against Team Flash, but it is Team Flash that actually comes up ahead. THUNDERTALK also pins down one member side of WEIBO. And this is just going to be a very tough game for those who are going to be arriving so late. And Team Flash now, bird's eye view. We're tagging on the vehicle. Smart decision to really force EARENA to stay put on the outskirts. Tops don't want to overpeak, but oh, Cacao! He tried to fight back, but it is Jimmy OP that did manage to
Oh,
at least go for the
Hollywood.
1-for-1 trade,
Oh,
but the rest are trying to descend. He flipped
wait,
it
what?
over.
Oh, what just happened? What just happened? He went like nose dive straight down. And then Jimmy OP was shooting at him, and then Sporta follow up. Okay, maybe because Sporta was there. Oh man, that was crazy. But Ichi now high ground. Okay, Sporta in the vehicle gets out again. It's so hard for him to shoot Ichi, and Ichi has all the time and space for him to eliminate Sporta. But man, what was that vehicle nosedive?
I was trying to figure it out as well. It wasn't looking so clean, I'll be honest with that. They could actually fumble that if they didn't pull it off properly. I mean, sometimes if the enemies can't guess what you're doing, you're probably going to be safe doing that. Of course, we shall not question them any further. Turn it off. 3 members still. And the thing about this elevated area is that it's just so difficult to really find the perfect timing to really get those claims. At the same time, they're also getting plenty of attention from the rest of the teams. EARENA finds the rest of VP bunched up. And still, kudos to VP, somehow they make it work.
Yeah, somehow they're still able to survive. And not only survive, they're in the middle of the circle. At least Malloy, that is. Okay, but anyway, I guess teams will be just too busy dealing with each other at the side that at some point they will just forget about Virtus Pro. Since the priority is to try to move into the inner side. A minute 30 more seconds before we move to stage number 7. And again, those teams by the side, they will all need to move.
But where to, though? Every place is already being taken for the moment, all the way up north, some over south, from the top. So far, being the kingmakers since the get-go. And it doesn't seem like it is going to be them letting go of their position at any given point in time. So EARENA somehow stays afloat. And this southeastern corner has really paved such a great passage for EARENA ever since they left Power Grid. But how do they take off THUNDERTALK or even get away from their crosshair? It is just very, very technical with so many guns pointed at every time corner. And the fact that 30K has not let loose of the side, VP has such limited angles to really play this game.
And I understand why, like, EARENA wants to try to eliminate them because they want to prepare for stage 7. If they take out Virtus Pro, then they can move into the shack. But now we'll check out what's going to happen on the left side of the circle. Okay, it's going to be a big movement here by Team Flash. They will arrive at the top. And the moment they arrive, Ajay eliminated. And now they have the peak of this mountain. But look at the circle. The only one in it right now are the 2 players of Virtus Pro.
Oh. Somehow, Virtus Pro is indestructible. So this gives even more reason for EARENA to rush right in, no? But if they do so, THUNDERTALK definitely will keep their eyes on them. Meanwhile, 30K! He's getting absolutely bombarded! The hail of bullets sent his way. And Team Flash, they just absolutely shattered any hopes of EARENA from moving up from where they need to be.
Oh, and top 5 teams right now. Tops continue to spray down onto EARENA, putting pressure onto them. And Uzi will be taken out by Necrodive. Looks like we have at least 2 teams now pointing at EARENA. That's Team Flash and THUNDERTALK Gaming. WEIBO Gaming is starting to move in from the north, getting into the circle. But the focus is still onto EARENA. Now, EARENA, they are on the other side. The blue will be on top of them soon. Then tops will get Joker.
Great angles for top so far. 8 points already for Team Flash. Did I regret switching my boats?
Ah.
Not at all. Not at all. Meanwhile, oh boy, another catch. And he's looking for the finisher up against Sakura. And this time, there's just no more room for Sakura to play it out. And it will be a perfect rampaging round. There we go, even more up against the rest of THUNDERTALK. And WBG. At least they do have the cover. Can't say the same about THUNDERTALK though. Dangerously close. They can still lob those grenades up above.
And yes, win. He does have 5 nades though. He's cooking up one of them. He's gonna aim onto Virtus Pro. Nade number 1. Did not enter the shack. I think it's a really hard angle, especially with the smoke active. So Win is not interested to pursue for now. Instead, let's check out the circle. Update! Again, Virtus Pro still has the circle.
Oh boy. How on earth are they still making it out? Despite all the trials, all the tribulation, all the fights that they've been through. EARENA, 4 members, knocking on their doors, and they are the ones who go out. That's how ridiculous this is.
Oh man. Top 4 now. Could Virtus Pro actually score this chicken dinner from that shack? It will be insane though.
It's gonna be crazy. Very, very crazy. I don't know. I mean, Team Flash has been ultra aggressive. THUNDERTALK have also held the high ground for a very long time. Oh, the Molotov came very close. Neko Dive almost soaking the brunt of it. And once again, take a look at his performance. 6 eliminations from TT, and it's all under his name.
And looks like they will slowly try to march into the circle, take point. Who's on the outside still? Maybe Neko Dive. It doesn't seem like Neko Dive has vehicles. Okay, now we have a better view. The one that is still on the outside is a player from THUNDERTALK Gaming and a player from WEIBO. But anyway, Tops, he does have the high ground advantage. Order will get Neko Dive. Neko Dive did not survive this one. And THUNDERTALK Gaming, they lose another player.
Team Flash, they get the catch onto Neko, and now all the firepower is gone. Diana now tries to really fight back, but it's gonna win, out finessing him. He's just basically shattering ankles, shattering the hopes and dreams for VP, but top 4 is better than bowing out early. Meanwhile, King's next one to fall, and the battles between WBG as well as Team Flash, a fair 2v2 exchange.
A 2v2 right now at stage number 9, where it's over close entirely, but win from the lower. You will not have the time and space to save Order. Order will be eliminated by Tops. Now it's a 2v1. Win cooking up this nade. They have him pinned down to a corner. They see him. He has nowhere to go. He receives damage. And Team Flash will check in their Miramar chicken dinner.
Ooh, what a round it's been. It is absolutely crazy of what went on. From Virtus Pro survival, from EARENA having 4-man strong, absolutely getting shattered by Team Flash. They look absolutely unstoppable, and here it is, my first point. Thank you very much, Team Flash.
Scammer.
It's not a scam if you win.
That's all I can say. This is a scam. This is a scam. But anyway, big up to Team Flash. 14 points. And finally, they helped Contra get off the mark. So 14 points, 14 eliminations. That's 24 points in this round. Okay, with 24 points, I'm pretty sure we'll see Team Flash again tomorrow.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Just look at the overwhelming damage from both Win as well as Bose. They are putting up 1,000 over damage per player. And we haven't even add on top of the rest of the stuff that Zeus as well as Top did in this round. I gotta say, Zeus, he would perhaps have lost out early, which is why he hasn't really had much of these points under his belt. But hey, Team Flash, they played it up to perfection. They were the ones moving in from the side of Power Grid. And that was what I was discussing. Maybe being planted at the top early doesn't always benefit some of these teams towards the late game. But hey, it did work out in favor of THUNDERTALK for majority of the round, so they still make it into the top 3.
Well, the teams that make it into the top 4, besides Team Flash, WEIBO Gaming, THUNDERTALK Gaming, fairly consistent, I must say. And then we have EARENA as well. Interesting. Virtus.pro is not part of the top 4 teams. I guess they didn't really bring in that many elimination points.
They only have 2, the last I recall, because every time they tried to pick off some of the fights, remember the fight went on from the outskirts between Virtus.pro, Team Flash. There was another team that they were fighting up against, and it was never ending towards the point that Virtus.pro kept getting chased by Team Flash. And of course, Team Flash had other priorities. And it was EARENA. Yeah, between these 3 teams. So that's it though. WBG was playing over on far north, and they have been able to really sweep the rug clean. 7 points acquired, but Win himself so far have accumulated 9 elimination points in this round.
9 eliminations, 1,056 damage. Whew. This is the highest from an individual so far today, at least. So great work here. MVP of the match, win from Team Flash. It's a package. Team gets the chicken dinner and they get the MVP together. And as part of the top performance list, he is obviously in front. But Necro Dive, look at this. Necro Dive, 6 eliminations, but he contributed 100% of it. This is how important this guy is for the team.
And every other round, he never misses as well. He has at least, at least 4 elimination points per round, or at the very least 3. So he is just absolutely incredible. I think this is a player that you always want in your team for sure. And, you know, if I ever get to interview players, I kind of want to ask Win if he does MMA, because I see, his ear has, the MMA ear, what they call popcorn ears. So, anyways, I don't want to digress even further. 24 points for Team Flash, as the second team was almost half the margin. WEIBO with 13, 11 for THUNDERTALK. At least this round, everybody gets to get themselves into action, so nobody walks away with 0.
You made me did a search for what does MMA ears mean. And now I see it. Okay. Interesting. All right. That's a fun fact. Something for us to explore if we ever get the chance to talk to Win. What else here? Let's see. Olio, longest elimination distance, 388. I guess that's pretty standard for a MIRAMAR match. Overall rankings. Okay, this is where it's important. Wow, Team Flash, 1 chicken dinner goes up 10 notches.
What? 10?
Wow.
That's incredible. They could maybe, just maybe, overtake Vampire Esports if they do get another perfect round. So, to correct myself, not popcorn ears, cauliflower ears is what they call it. So, anyways, VP, they are also moving into the number 4 spot because of this top 4 finish with also 2 elimination points. So we are also seeing improvement coming from THUNDERTALK, as they have been able to knock some teams down the list. I believe some Group A names are pushed even further down.
Ooh. And Wolves, they're getting close. They are only 1 point behind WEIBO Gaming. But WEIBO Gaming, they are playing though. Oh, by the way, WEIBO Gaming moved up 6 notches. So before this, they were way behind. But now they are in the top 16. They just need to maintain their pace for the final game, and we'll see them again tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's official that Tianba and Alter Ego, both of these teams, no longer in the top 16. So we won't be seeing them tomorrow. Hopefully we get to see them again next time. DRS, BURMESE GHOULS, NEPx still playing, and they have a chance in the final round.
Well, I want to see how well will they do. And of course, final chance. And I think I know who am I going to be rooting for the next round. And hopefully that will work through. But of course, we'll take a break first before we even get to that. So catch you guys in a few minutes.
Step into the ring. Come on. Let's go.
And here we go into the very final round of the group stages. And we will see who will be able to join in the ranks of those who will be playing in the finals. Of course, Sir Cloud as well as Contract here to bring you the finale of the group stage.
Oh yeah, the last game in the group stage, and we will lock in who our top 16 that will be playing again tomorrow, plus 2 invited teams too, ladies and gentlemen. Who will be the 2 invited teams? We have absolutely no idea, so you guys have to tune in tomorrow to find out. But as of now, here are your teams that scored the chicken dinner. No repeats yet by any teams, but we do have a repeat when it comes to like a region. So 2 Vietnamese teams scored it today. Topping our performance, we have Loop's Team Flash, who's playing in the circle, and D plus Kia not playing as they're part of Group A. Well, I don't know. Team Flash again, maybe?
Maybe. And
Oh.
there's also
I
an
heard.
announcement of invited teams as well based on their... Oh, okay. So we do have news that Alpha as well as Influence Rage, they will be playing in the finals based on Alpha 7.
Okay, because I was thinking like Alpha Gaming. Oh, okay, no. It's Alpha 7. Okay, so news flash for you guys, and it's a treat for you guys who stay tuned to us until this last game. The 2 invited teams will be Alpha 7 and Influence Rage.
I'm definitely feeling excited already for the finals. I mean, these are really great teams to, of course, behold. So I'm absolutely keen to actually see their performance in the finals, where they will be able to match up against those who have been, playing for the past couple of days already. So we'll, of course, go in for the final prediction. So any calls from you on how this one's going to go?
Ooh, tough one. So difficult. I will probably bring on... Let's bring on the power of Myanmar this time. Burmese goals, let's go.
Very, very interesting choice. Now, I think THUNDERTALK played really, really well, and I think like with their effort displayed today, they absolutely deserve to be up there on the grand final. So I definitely want to see THUNDERTALK to propel ahead.
Okay, THUNDERTALK.
DRS was second on my head because I voted for DRS. I didn't want to repeat it. But yeah, I'm also hoping for DRS to also make it to the grand finals.
Sure. By now we trust Contra when whatever he says, right? We believe it. Yeah, sure. Right? Sure. But yep, DRS. I mean, this is I know Prod is a big fan of DRS. He even has like a DRS jacket.
Wow,
He's probably wearing it right now.
He should turn on his camera. I mean, I kind of want to see it.
Oh.
The jacket looks really cool. So yeah, I'm just sad. I'm the only one without the merch then.
No, you have to be a big fan of DRS first. That's a
fair
start.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
But anyway, now that the fact that you picked another team, so you have to be a big fan of them and hope that they score the chicken dinner, they get happy, and then maybe they'll send you something. I don't know.
Okay. If you have a wish list of maybe another different kind of merch, what would that be? My
what do you
answer is T1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I only know what PUBG Mobile esports is.
They do have a PUBG Mobile team. But are they still around is another question.
I'm having my loading moments. Is there? Who? Where? When?
I remember a couple of seasons ago, they were relevant. I think like now, a lot of all these other teams like Gen G, DRX, and
D plus Kia, they've definitely outshined T1 in essence. So I'm not quite sure whether if they still kept the roster for PUBG Mobile. That I kind of want to figure out.
Right. Okay. We will fact check that one, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that. For now, all we need to worry is for the teams to see if they can come out of the potential early fights. I'm looking at Lost Learners though. We have like 1, 2, 3. We have tons of teams in Lost Learners there. At least 3 of them. Maybe some of them just passing by, but we will have at least 3.
I wonder if there's gonna be teams that says, you know what, show's over for us. Let's party in Picado. Okay, I see a lot of parachutes around the area. Are we going for it? There we go. Shots fired. So SF is involved. I see there's also WBG. Is there any more squads in there? Oh, there's also a bunch of them inside of Los Leones. D-Savior versus ASI8 happening right now.
And they fought in the previous round, so it looks like the fight will continue on again this time. Previously was ASI winning against D-Savior. Let's see if D-Savior can get their sweet revenge. Starting off with K2, eliminated by Levi's with the help of Shin. And now they have the man advantage. 4v3. But they obviously can take their time because loot is also as important.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. These two teams, they absolutely excel back in ERANGEL, but every time they go to Miramar, they always lock horns, and more often than not, they will limp out of this matchup with few players left alive, or in good notions, maybe the full squad. So GEEKAY back inside of Picado, getting taken out. I think this is coming from Team Flash. Well, not exactly Picado, but still part of Los Leones. So 2 separate fights in the city.
Yeah, one on each end. Interesting. Okay. Let's see who will come on top. And so happened that Los Leones is in the circle, so that gives the teams a bit more time to play with. But this is D-Savior we're talking about. Anyway, we should show over to DRX now against NEPx around the area of Picado, but also at the standstill. Perhaps also because that the circle is around here. But we're starting to see action not only at DRX but also in Los Leones when Nati got taken out by Casanova and Lamborghini gets Mr. Birdman clipping his wings. Shin gets taken out as well, and Levi's now together with Lamborghini, the duo that has to do it against ASI8, and it looks like ASI8 might only have 1 player left.
It is so tough where they were bunched up against so many different angles where D-Savior could just swarm right through. But it still was a very close fight. And now Byron, he's just gonna see if he can do something with this S6. If he gets 2 shots in a row, that might actually do the trick. Nate also coming with a pumpy. And now down towards this exchange. The Savior just try to reel him in. Seems like in this back and forth is not going to be favoring all too much on the other side of the party as NEPx. They're closing out this fight up against the rest of DRX, but as much as they want to push up, 2 of the members are getting withered down. This is just so hard to really push from this angle with 2 of these members just holding out from the top.
When NEPx given the opportunity to heal up. All this is happening. Team Flash and GEEKAY. The fight is erupting right now with GEEKAY losing players to Team Flash. And that is it for GEEKAY Esports. Number 16, no elimination points at all. And we're back onto Picado right now. Still a bit of a standstill between DRX and NEPx. Understandably, because the circle is in this area, but if they don't eliminate each other, or if this fight doesn't end, then they cannot take a point into one of the better spots in the circle.
Yeah, that's pretty much a good point. They did manage to get that reset done. ERX unshaken so far. It seems like they are going to be having too much of a space to work with, but they make do with what they have. That swing out was perfect. Takes down Claw. They still have 6-8 on the other side. Now down to Domain. Not much left to do, to be honest.
Oh, but Domain, last man standing. Let's see if he can actually pull this one off. It's kind of difficult because it's a UMP he has. It's very difficult to clutch weapon in that sort of situation. And DRX will eliminate NEPx. Number 15, no elimination points at all. And DRX now will have the entire Picado to loot. More teams coming around the Picado area to enter into the circle. So I wonder if they will happen to go into Picado, and if they do, are they gonna take the challenge against DRX? But Alpha Gaming now stopping Team Flash from coming in, and out in the open it's gonna be Refuse. Zeus will take him down. And now they will crash into the compound where the other members of APG are at.
Ooh, straight into the action as Tops looks to go in for even more points. 5 already for Team Flash. So explosive in this round. It's just so crazy.
That was quick though. The moment they saw one player, they took the opportunity, they immediately crashed in. That was fast, that was fast. But that renders now APG 2 players left. Anyway, now Wolves, they have been having a quiet past few rounds, if you gotta think about it. They started the day with a chicken dinner, and then after that, they kind of like started to like chill. And then they are in the situation where they're outside the top 16 now, so they have to perform this round.
Definitely need to put everything on the line. Well, it'll be an early rest without much action over the weekend. Meanwhile, Wolves goes in to try to shred out those members of Team Flash. Team Flash, after that previous round, they are really showing a very different side of them. JKK now goes in to, of course, hold the member of Team Flash hostage. There is even more grenades being prepared. Those looking to at least salvage the situation, but he's already getting tagged coming from Coops. Dangerous spot to be. Take a look at how many more teams around that sector of Picado.
Oh yeah, and the circle now moves away. Okay, it's going to be real interesting on who is going to be the ultimate victor inside of Picado. Wolves now in an engagement with Team Flash. Team Flash arrives, Sook at the same time being taken out by Crazy and JPX. They're in the fight as well against WEIBO Gaming, but we're going to focus on the Wolves right now, and Team Flash is just going to rush in. Unfortunately, 2 of their players knocked out by Wolves. But Wolves, they try to respond back, but they themselves are losing players too. It's just so chaotic here, especially with the smoke blinding their vision.
And it doesn't help. The Blue Zone is also solely chipping their bars. And they still have yet to really fully settle the fight. Bose is still limping. And how long more can they go on for? They finally go for an option to go ahead to finally retrieve the fallen ally. But where exactly would they actually go from here on? Wolves. They gotta single out Zeus. And Zeus somehow tries to pick a fight up above? That's the worst time to actually draw more attention.
I know, right? And he chose to pick this fight in the blue at stage 2, 1,300 meters away from the circle. I mean, now he will lock himself and also his teammates in the blue again. Well, I don't know. Maybe, okay, to be fair, right? Because we are looking for the top 16 teams. Like Team Flash, they are like, what, 100 points now. They're surely going to play again tomorrow. So this round, they can like kind of do whatever.
Yeah, I think like they've definitely hit more than what's required to. So they really just want to end on a high note at the very least. understandably. I mean, it's been a week of hard work and action. And now, keeping our eyes on Weibo Gaming. The difference between them and Wolves is only 1 point. That 1 point recently acquired by Team Wolves up against Flash. So any point that Wolves can get right now is super valuable.
Yeah, because they are by the borderline of top 16, so they could use all the points that they could get. Same goes for Weibo Gaming, EARENA, DRS, and even BURMESE GHOULS. And speaking about BURMESE GHOULS, now we have them on screen. He has to heal. Okay, he does have bandages, so he will be fine for now. But he's not out of the blue yet. And the blue will shift again. Stage 3 it is. How far will it go? All the way down south in the Puerto Paraiso, and we still have a good amount of teams still bathing in the blue.
I think Wolves are just going for a battle to the death. There is VP coming right across. DRX as well as BG know that they still have a chance to try to survive. So they'll do just that. I mean, the zone is really, really far. We can see that Virtus Pro decides to disperse Skyforce. This is the one that the members of what seemed to be Team Flash drawing attention to. Might have actually helped in this instance to try to take out more members of Wolves since they are slightly outnumbered at a certain point in time. And now he's only down to 12 bandages. There's no way out for Zeus whatsoever.
And Wolves as well, I guess. But let's see how many healing utilities do they have. But BURMESE is going in. Okay, they want to finish up the job. They want to be the one to bring in those elimination points. Dorian will be finished off, and there goes Coops. And looks like Wolves eliminated. Okay, they have 59 points, but the bad news for them is that Weibo Gaming, EARENA, DRS, BURMESE GHOULS, all of them are still playing.
Yeah, and I think like WBG, so long as they just survive maybe into the top 8, they will already automatically surpass Wolves. So this is a very tough call. WBG is left with one player only, though. So we're probably looking at potentially EARENA as well as DRS. Also not forgetting BG. NEPx have already fallen, so we thank them for their participation overall in this group stage.
Yep, hopefully we will be able to see them again in the future. For the rest of them, on screen, we have EARENA, one of the teams that could use a few more points to be in the top 16. JPX, a little bit too far, but if they can come up big this round with a chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations, maybe they can slide through. Because the gap is like 25 points, so they need to come up big. At the same time, hope for like teams around the borderline 16 to not gain more points.
That means above 15 eliminations. They can absolutely try their level best, but the chances of that happening is very slim, not gonna lie. I'm just fairly surprised that DRX as well as JPX is the one struggling. I mean, remember a couple seasons of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown where DRX just absolutely dominated every other lobby? Like, this time, it really seemed like, you know, everyone's absolutely geared up for PMGC, which is why, you know, the playing field is absolutely level.
Yeah, that's why if we look at like the entire list, these are all top teams. So it's a very interesting lobby that all these teams are pretty much balanced. If you ask me, yeah, you occasionally you have like a DRX and all that, but also we have to cut them some slack as well, considering that this is an off-season tournament. And some teams, they might feel they're trial players, or they might be just trying out stuff. We wouldn't know, right? So yeah, but ultimately on paper, these are all top-tier teams.
I certainly agree. I mean, it's great that Ruthless Hype Esports, they have
the infinite list of contacts of the best teams in the world. Shout out to the guy who is always making, you know, all these texts to, you know, team managers, getting them all on board. Because everybody has got to juggle time zones in order to make this happen. Which is why it is always special to actually witness all these teams on board. Some might be even playing in the morning right now. Some are playing somewhere in the early afternoon. So, yep, it's just the beautiful diversity that we always get here at Ruthless. BG now up against SF. Now I want to see, will they be able to overpower the golden side? Because overall, these two are super aggressive in close quarter combat.
Oh, and Rylan. Okay, pushed to a corner, but his teammates will come and back him up, so at least they will even up the power spread. And Skyforce now, Rylan. He does have a pumpy, like how you call it. BURMESE goals. Trying to navigate around, but the smoke isn't really helping their vision. And Unknown with his own pumpy, they're not able to land the shot. Now Riley knows that, there's another similar shotgun down there. He's not going to go and challenge it head on. Instead, he's going to cook the snake. Sends it, and he will get Unknown, just like that.
Oh, very clean toss. And oh, that toss towards Raleigh, almost fully connected. Take a look at how low O2 is at. Godspeed tries to limp his way across. Back and forth exchange. SF could just walk in and close it off, but they're taking their sweet time. On top now, drop right through. They're just basically going for the big exchange of a duel. And Riley did manage to clutch it up. And oh boy, what a battle that was up against BURMESE goals.
Oh man, defended his ground. When BURMESE goals were the team that actually pushed in first. Interesting. Okay. So that's them surviving. So Skyforce now 7 elimination points. They surely would have done enough to see it tomorrow. Now Circle will ship again. And we still have a good amount of teams that are in the danger zone, like EARENA, for example, that doesn't have Circle now. And they have to perform against teams like THUNDERTALK Gaming and Alliance on the right side of the circle. Speaking about Alliance, now we have them on screen. As trying to push THUNDERTALK Gaming. THUNDERTALK Gaming fights back. And THUNDERTALK Gaming with a high ground advantage now winning the fight against Alliance. Players of Alliance one by one dropping like flies. Only one player left, and that's Jimmy OP coming.
Oh, I just love how they both actually going for the zigzag formation, and Jimmy OP. I mean, he's just gonna full send it. Up against 3 members, you only know how the result's gonna go. Because he's being sandwiched in between EARENA as well. So we could absolutely understand why. Question remains is that, does TT want to also take on the rest of EARENA? And also, TT further survives their stance with those 4 pointers. WBG off the list. And we just want to see whether or not if EARENA could also make it out of the gutter. They need 2 points at the very least to tie with Wolves. And by default, if they do eliminate the entire squad, there is also 1 added bone placement point. So there's even more incentive for EARENA to try to take out TT.
That is a good point. And EARENA, they have a full squad, so they have the manpower to bring in the elimination points. And now we're at 9 teams. If another team gets eliminated, then they'll start to bring in placement points as well. So it's actually looking not bad for EARENA. Unless if THUNDERTALK Gaming eliminates them here, then yeah, but it doesn't seem to be the case. EARENA, they found a compound, they found a warehouse that they can dock themselves for now, so they will be fine.
For how long though? Plenty of open space, especially when you have Nico Dive watching. I mean, he's the most dangerous player of THUNDERTALK, but this round, haven't scored just yet. His teammates are doing all the other liftings so far. Virtus Pro, so far, they've already solidified their standings.
So I would say that they're playing very comfortably, despite only losing one. Zeus, on the other end, I mean, basically this is the battle of the top two. But Team Flash is only left with one. It's not going to be a fair fight. JPX holding firm, pops out that smoke, and that actually draws the attention of Riley.
Oh, Saisei scopes down onto Cyclone. It's not pulling the trigger yet, so DRS don't know that they're being watched. But anyway, stage 6 is going to be upon us in about 8 more seconds. But the fight on the left side of the circle is now erupting, including JPX and D-Xavier. D-Xavier playing without Shin, but they also have to be aware of the circle shift. And he goes to the middle. Look who's there. It's Zeus from Team Flash.
I don't think he likes the attention though. He's all alone. Meanwhile, D-Xavier, 2 members left. And take a look at this. DRS, firm opportunity. We talked about possibilities. And this might just be it. There is also a little bit of a threat coming from DRX. So the DR war might actually commence. And there's also DX nearby. Something that we discussed earlier. So 16 now tosses over. Oh, that's a big one. And now it opens up the fight, stirring the hornet's nest. And Human's coming in for a very wide flank. At least it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Both sides all bunched up. Or should I say it's DRX, the one that's being bunched up all together. Frag is holding deep within the warehouse. Is he going to be involved or not? We'll have to see.
Sanjay now spraying into the smoke, hoping to hit his target, and Sanjay got it! Sporter now down on the ground, but that will awaken the rest of JPX to come follow up. Sanjay has to heal up quickly. And he will be up back again to 80% of health. EARENA making a showing as well. And EARENA... Not only them, THUNDERTALK Gaming from the back coming in. Oh man, it's going to be chaotic at the north.
It definitely looks like it is being all too overcrowded right there. THUNDERTALK. They try to wiggle out of it, but they know for a fact that they must take some of these fights. Unfortunately, I believe DRS have lost majority of them. It's only down to Frag.
And yeah, it's Frag. Raze is still in the game though. Yeah, Raze is on the other side. So Frag is pretty much on his own with the fact that DRX is coming in. JPX eliminated at number 8. So that means right now, EARENA is starting to collect placement points. So that's good news for them. THUNDERTALK Gaming, speaking about EARENA, right in front. Let's see if THUNDERTALK Gaming will be able to stop them. But EARENA, they're still on their vehicles. They are deciding on where to go from here. And they decided not to take the fight against THUNDERTALK Gaming.
I think it's a really smart move. There's no point loitering around the edges as well. Very risky play. Virtus Pro so far held onto those compounds for a very long time. I'm surprised that no teams actually went in to challenge them. Of course, everyone's just hugging very tight by the edges. DRX also cannot really find any wiggle room. They are going to be slightly spotted by the rest of these teams. Shots now being fired towards the direction, and they're pushing towards Frag.
And here comes only one player that they need to deal with. So it was a quick work done by DRX as they get closer and closer to the circle. Not really in it yet, but at least they're just next to it. And all they need to do right now is to reset. But I believe they lost one player in the process. Oh, Raze, he wants revenge. But I guess he's a bit too far.
Very, very far. I don't really like the odds of him really going for any more exchanges up against DRX because they need to ensure they get more placement points. They didn't have enough eliminations yet. And now EARENA crawls closer and closer toward the direction of THUNDERTALK. couple of straight grenades, not really connecting the mark. Diana pushing out alone. A very interesting move coming in from the side of Virtus Pro. You know, fire in the hole. A little too far wide. I want to take a look at the rest of the field. What's going on there?
Well, the update is that Race just got eliminated. And THUNDERTALK Gaming now. Okay, time for them to get into action while the players currently down. EARENA still a full squad. Oh, by the way, EARENA scored 3 eliminations and they are in top 6. So surely we're going to see EARENA again tomorrow. They rush in onto THUNDERTALK Gaming, seating, Neko dive down, looking for the other player. It's going to be King eliminated. And with 1 Russian, EARENA dominating with 6 eliminations.
Wow. Could this be a redemption round for EARENA? They were denied last round in Miramar. And it might just be a repeat of EA versus VP again. Up close and personal, Joker now tries to cook up the grenade. Dragoon also trying to toss towards the direction of Sakura. It's gonna be stuck in between. Diana swinging really close, now goes on foot. I like what VP is doing. They are actually eating a lot of space away from EARENA.
And the top 4 it is. EARENA full squad. They have the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner based on the numbers. But they have to first deal with VP, Virtus Pro. And Zeus is just staying quiet in the middle of the circle at this moment. Oh, here comes the nades. Nade. Oh, what a nade! What a nade by Ragoon onto Newsy. Newsy was driving the vehicle, but the nade landed nicely onto him.
The timing was impeccable. I don't think he suspected it. And here comes the second toss this time. Getting closer and closer to Joker. Oh, if that one's connected, it's going to be a goner for EARENA. It's still going to be a goner for them because right now, Virtus Pro, they're just plowing their way through. Ragoon tries to heal up. They go in for a dominating spree, and there we go. The exchanges come through. The RX. Final member naming. Malloy finds Sakura. EARENA for the chicken dinner. Meanwhile, the spray is looking beautiful.
Oh, okay, okay. But then again, Virtus Pro, they have 3 active players, so they have the numbers now. Looking good to lock in the chicken dinner, unless a surprise happens. And Virtus Pro now on their vehicles. They know where Tourniquet is. They heard the commotion. They heard the gunshots. They put focus on Tourniquet. While Zeus, just because he popped that smoke, that will alert the rest of Virtus Pro that he's here.
There we go. Zeus. He might be able to secure top 2 if he eliminates Tourniquet right now. He's going to toss that grenade, forcing him to go off. And there we have it. Team Flash into the top 2. The battle for that number 1 position starts now. Virtus Pro, can they overtake those players of Vampire Esports who's been able to achieve that number 1 spot from Group A? All that's left to do is to pin out Zeus, and it's going to be an 18-point round. He's going to put in some smokes. Position compromised, but oh, he's trading back and forth up against Malloy, and now he hops through the smoke.
Oh, but the molly is still like there! And Zeus burned down to a crisp. And Virtus Pro locks in the last chicken dinner of the group stage.
Absolutely super massive from Virtus Pro. Well, this really solidifies them as the very best across Russia and, of course, the European region as well.
Yep. I'm sure they want to be the very best. And no one ever was. To catch them is their request.
To train them is
cause.
To train them is the coach's cause, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now you guys know what that song is from. So it's 18 points for Virtus Pro. Is 18 enough to topple VPE? I think it is close, but maybe not quite enough. I'm not sure, honestly. But it is a great attempt at that solid chance. And if you were to really treat this as, you know, an official tournament, this has been such an incredible run for this pro.
Yeah, absolutely, right. It is an incredible run, and it is also, I believe, Virtus Pro's first showing in this lobby. Obviously, they're also preparing themselves for the PMGC, and that's why they got involved in this lobby. But now that... Okay, here's the thing, right? We have Virtus Pro. We also have Wolves, who's from the US region. Do you not think that they are actually somewhere around us?
They might be. They might be.
Get a better ping, because if you play from the US, then the ping might be a bit difficult. But the fact that they could play in this lobby, they are somewhere around us, people. If you spot them, tag them.
Are they in Malaysia?
We don't know. They could already be in Thailand. We don't know.
They can be partying in Bali for all you know.
For all you know.
So, of course, it's just food for thought, right? Overall, Team Flash, they did manage to achieve plenty of eliminations in this round. So, they might still be able to topple VP's record. And look at them, 14 elimination points. So, it's kind of like them earning a chicken dinner with a surplus of 4 points as well.
Yeah, so these two teams, I wouldn't be too worried about them. Surely we will see them again tomorrow, for sure. Because now it's all about like who's the top 16. Of course, yeah, if you become the number one and you overtake like Vampire Esports, who last we checked was at the number one spot in the group stages, it's a nice flex. And it will allow you to come into the finals starting tomorrow with a red carpet. But Mr. MVP this round is one of the other twins of Team Flash, which is Zeus. 8 eliminations and a whooping 1,901 damage. Wow.
Oh my goodness. I feel like Team Flash, if they keep playing like this, the grand finals is theirs for the taking. But of course, don't forget about Group A, ladies and gents, because we got some heavy hitters right there, like Inner Circle, and of course Vampire Esports to also be a part of the top dogs on the field. So that being said, today's top performer is Zeus, Lamborghini, Tops, as well as Rylane, where they've been able to accomplish plenty here in Miramar.
And I like the diversity here, right? Like you have like from Team Flash, the Xavier, well, 2 from Team Flash just because of how they have performed in this round. And then we have Rylane from Skyforce. All 4 of these players, we will definitely see them again in the grand finals. That includes, of course, the Xavier. Besides that, the other points, Team Flash 20, Virtus Pro 18, EARENA 13. So EARENA 13, surely they have made it through.
That's right. And EARENA, safe to say that they will lock in that grand final spot. But THUNDERTALK Gaming, they acquire 6 points. It should be able to solidify their position. DRS only has 3. I'm afraid that that is not going to quite cut it for DRS.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think 3 is pretty hard. Even Wolves 1 is hard. WEIBO 1 is hard as well. Yeah, I think we might not see DRS, unfortunately. Well, we'll get the official numbers later on. Right now, just to go through the final stats before we look at the important numbers. 0 airdrops looted. This is the first time to date that we don't see any airdrops being looted at all.
Yeah, this is quite surprising. I mean, considering that they were keeping their hands busy, I wouldn't fault them as well. I mean, sometimes getting an airdrop could be an absolute bait, especially when you have too many players on the field. So, that being said, these are all the match stats that we do have, and that concludes all the rounds that we do have here in the group stages. So, are you enjoying what you're seeing so far? You know, from the past couple of days where we've seen action coming from A, B, as well as C, and the top 16. Do you think it is the most stacked out of the many? It has to be, right?
I mean, since we're going to filter the best 16 teams into the finals, I believe the finals will be even more stacked.
Fair
right?
enough.
So that's something that I look forward to as well. And plus, you're going to add on the 2 invited teams, by the way, in case you guys missed out on the message. The 2 invited teams in the finals tomorrow will be Alpha 7 and also Influence Rage, both of them from the South America region. So it's going to add another a form of flair into the lobby as well, because as of now, within the group stages, we don't have anyone else from the South America region. Yeah, on top of my head, we don't. So yeah, but anyway, those 2 teams are top South America regions. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens tomorrow onwards.
And I'm definitely looking forward for that as well. I believe what we're waiting for right now is to announce the top 16 teams that will be making the list. And of course, we allow our dear prods to be preparing the data. We don't really want to mess it up. We gotta make sure that all the numbers are right. So that being said, you guys could tell us, who you guys have been rooting for and did they make it to the finals. Of course, we've seen a lot of Zeus, as he's not only the god of Olympus, he is the god of Miramar. And overall, he also tops the chart as the best Terminator at this moment.
Yep, with 27 eliminations and 5,716 damage. But look at this. It's always hard to hit that perfect number, right? But he got the perfect average survival time, like 1700. How can you ever time that and try to get it just because? You can't. You just roll with it, and at the end of the day, you just get the number. So great work here by Zeus, being a bit artsy there, on top of putting in a good performance as the overall MVP at this moment. Now, besides him, we also have a Red Bull from Vampire Esports at second place, so he didn't fall too far away. Bostoni from Virtus Pro at number 3, and the other teammate of Zeus, which is Win, at number 4. And we also have Lazarus, aka Schwabs, at number 5. So 2 representatives from Vampire Esports. Although they didn't play today, but they are still able to be in the top road to MVP. So it just shows the level of bar that they have set when they played for the first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they are really solid performers, and we're definitely hoping to see more of all these top dogs, of course, fight it out. And by then, we will, of course, witness who is going to be the best out of the very best. And it's also interesting to note that the majority of all these top fraggers are hailing from the SEA side. Majority from Vietnam as well as Thailand. Of course, we got Vostoni to be also turning some big numbers for Virtus Pro that keeps them all afloat. So from the side of Team Flash as well as VPE, it's been pretty much a duo kind of setup where Lazarus as well as Red Bull are, the bulk of the damage together alongside with Zeus as well as Win to also do exactly the same, and they're twinning in numbers. 27.
Yeah, not actual twins. The actual twin is Zeus and Bo. But twinning in numbers, I'm sure the team doesn't mind. It's like, hey, the points do go to the team anyway. So it's fine. Whether it's Wayne, whether it's Zeus, or whether it's anyone else from Team Flash bringing in the points, I'm pretty sure the other teammates will be okay with that. Now, this makes me wonder, is Team Flash the top team, and have they overtaken the Vampire Esports? Here we go. Not really, but they are
so
3
close.
points behind.
So close. And literally the 3 points is dictated by the 3 extra eliminations that Vampire Esports actually has. And of course, VPE, they do have better record in the form of Chicken Dinner alongside with ASI 8. And VP continuously improve every step of the way. So we'll still be seeing, of course, Loops, D Saviors, Top Ross Supermassive, Alliance as well as T2K. Now, the second pitch is going to be the most important. Who makes it through? D plus Kia just by the very edge. Okay. Now, this is so interesting. D plus Kia did manage to survive because WBG as well as Wolves, they crashed out early in this very final round of Miramar.
Wow, I thought the D plus Kia might not, but okay, alright. They did enough. They did enough before this for them to be just by the borderline. WEIBO Gaming, off the mark by at least 7 points, so that they came really close. The last round really mattered for them. Wolves, they scored the first chicken dinner today, but after that they kind of slowed down, like 18 points to 8 and to 0 and 1-1-1. So it was just a missed opportunity for Wolves. If only they kept some level of consistency, then we would have seen them tomorrow.
Yeah, they were locked into this battle in Zapicado for such a long time. And I think like that really costed them for quite a fair bit. DRS, despite 2 movements up the chart, it is unfortunately not enough with 57 points. They needed like maybe another 10 points in order to make the cut. So kudos to everyone that has been on board, and of course we hope to actually see them once again, as yeah, the flashing rate is starting to hurt my eyes for a little bit. But of course, that being said, tomorrow we will have the final 16 together alongside with 2 invited teams from Brazil to, of course, steal your hearts and steal the show. So any last words, Sir Cloud, to end the night?
Well, that will be all from us for tonight, especially for the group stages. Tomorrow will be the finals that will be played for 3 days. So make sure you guys tune in. Don't forget to subscribe as well to the social medias of Ruthless Esports so you don't miss out on any future tournaments, and of course tomorrow as well. Same time, same channel. That'll be all for us. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Good night.